to watch you too, this bucko.
Welcome, welcome, one and all. The 007 video game franchise sucks a giant hairy dick. Don't let people lie to you. First Light fucking sucks. And the only solution is to remake the old ones with a slightly different brand name. I am Razor Fist. I am Agent 00 Fist. And I am joined by 006 Gel. Alec Trevelyan Gel? I don't know, I'll workshop it. What the hell are you doing? Wait a minute. I have Ace Combat 8. We could have screened that. I just realized. Say anything or
well,
I'll just continue.
No, please, go ahead. No, I was gonna say
this is essentially a GoldenEye Perfect Dark worship game. Second, Karen.
I'm listening back to the audio. You're kind of. Oh shit! Am I over?
Mic is messed up.
Yeah, I'm blown out.
Unplug and replug.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and mute him right now so you can hear me. I sound fine, whatever, but his mic is messed up. All right. And actually, I'll go ahead and just double check the level on it real quick. All right. We need an old man in the background when we're sorting out technical difficulties, of which there are myriad, to just sit there and hum. Do, 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 do. All right. Now, you're at the right level. Okay. You are at the right level now. Did you unplug and replug? All right. Say things.
I'm saying things. Hopefully my mic is not too hot.
You sound fine. Yeah. It was just, dude, it was hotter than a $2 pistol, Tara. All right, but you're good now. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and play some Agent 64. Spies never die! Unless you're Daniel Craig, then you cry in the rain while looking up at a bunch of missiles that you launched and absolutely could have avoided, but won't for plot device-related reasons. Let's go ahead and play it. I even have my Nintendo 64 controller. I didn't quite set up the... I just realized. I didn't quite set up... See, I got it right here. Didn't quite set up the controls in time, so I think we're going to do mouse and keyboard. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me know. Oh, and this game is like Shapiro short. So we are going to have in the background a little surprise for when we finish this game, which will be very, very early, I imagine. A little surprise for all of you. Just a little surprise, a little extra.
For England, Razor.
For England, Darren. All right.
Agent 64. Spies never die.
Now, when's the video game adaptation of Spy Hard is my question. Exclusive full screen? Let me make sure it is picking up. It is! Capital! All right. There we go. Okay. Show mission timer. What a bunch of... Why would you want the mission timer on screen?
Speedrunners.
Yeah. Can I just admit I do not understand the speed? I understand the competition of it, but I can't imagine a less fun way to play a video game.
I mean, it's for people with ADHD. I mean, what can you do?
Too much of this world is catered to people with ADHD. Except for movie lengths. How is it as our attention span has plummeted, movies have gotten longer and longer, more pretentious and more boring? What the fuck? We're making movies about people in spandex punching each other that are 3+ hours long. What the fuck are we doing in this world, people? Nice! So basically, I'm Please Don't Sue, not James Bond, right? I'm like an old guy for some reason. I'm Agent Goldbond.
You're Joanna Bond.
What? Aha! So as you can see, this is fucking great.
See how this sounds, and then we will get to your lovely super chat.
Dude, this is rad. You even have the fine aim button. Ooh, nice. Nice. Thomas Crooks didn't have this button. All right. Okay. Looks freaking great. Here. Viper Mark Van. Nice little. Do we get a summary of it or just? Okay, I guess we get the cognizance of it. Okay.
Let's start out with somebody who jumped the gun 5 days ago.
What a fag.
Blue Uzi 9mm resub. Thank you for subbing for 4 months.
We are on Twitch, we are on X, and we are on YouTube. Thank you for joining us on the Twitch.
Phantom Dog Fart, thank you for subbing for 20 months.
Nice. Oh, this is so rad.
What was he rolling into?
Hey.
Oh boy, same old trouble, huh?
My kind of trouble doesn't take vacations.
We're basically remaking GoldenEye, dude. The enemies did that shit all the time. My favorite one was when they would... I don't know if you can see me. Hold on. I'll see if I can... Can I switch to camera? Okay, let me see if I can demonstrate this for you all. My favorite is the GoldenEye move where they go... they come into contact with the player, right? They come into contact with the player, and they see you from, like, around a corner or something. It could be anything, right? And they go... they do like the soccer goalie, like, pivot thing. It's like, what did that accomplish? They stop shooting, and they just instantly bound to, I don't know, block the goal or something. I don't know. All right, sweet. Let's do it. Okay. Here we are.
See if we're back. I want to make sure.
Okay.
Picking up.
Oh yeah, is it capturing the game? It is capturing the game.
Just making sure.
Level 1, Penthouse. Level 2, Hustler. Level 3, Jugs.
Yep, we look good.
Level 4, Playgirl. Taryn, did you mod this?
No.
All right.
Is this an updated texture pack? No, this is actually a new game.
It's a new game. Agent 64. All right. It is an agent of 64.
Mercenary X, No One Lives Forever 1 and 2 stream. And I was tempted to get you this game on Steam.
I streamed No One Lives Forever 1 many, many moons ago. Many, many moon faces ago. But enough about Margaret Cho.
Black Metal Gamer. Wow, this is more 007 than that Sony First Light.
Well, you don't like your Uncharted 007 edition? No? How are games getting more 2009 as we go on? What is going on? We got 007, which is like a procession of QuickTime events and Uncharted cliches masquerading as a modern game. Then we got that Wolverine game that looks like it should have come out in 2007. What are we doing? What the hell are we doing?
someone could probably correct me, but I think I actually scrolled past the video on X where somebody was playing the demo or whatever, a playtest for Wolverine. And in one sequence, the guy was literally just holding forward on a joystick.
I bet. The same thing happens in 007, dude. In First Light. Which is, dude, people gassing up that turd should be ashamed of themselves. Here's my favorite one. Here's my favorite rebuttal for all of the objective flaws in 007 First Light. Are you ready for this one? Well, I liked it. Well, fuck, I'm persuaded. Shit. Thanks, dude. Hey, how about I comb through your shitty fucking Spotify collection and see what else of yours that you enjoyed is absolute unremitting dog shit. Let's see. Well argued, assface. That's my favorite one. All right. Yeah.
Zabetta, are you planning any
In the dick? Can you? There's got to be a dick kill. Oh man. Oh. Yeah. This game is the undulating titties.
Are you planning any metal mythos? Godspeed.
Yeah. I just went up like a firecracker. Okay. All right. There we go.
Weefy.
Okay.
Do you think the internet and digital era ending the monoculture for music or in general was an overall good thing or
Yeah.
a net negative?
No, I think it was a good thing. I think it was a very good thing. Corporate culture got to tell people what... I mean, look at how retarded people... I mean, the example I just used, 007 First Light. We still occasionally get these games or movies or whatever that are just objectively dog shit, and people just pretend they're not. It happens all the time. It happened... I remember one of the most frustrating ones for me was when Resident Evil 5 came out and was just a complete fucking dog shit fire. Just absolute garbage. There was no horror in it. Gameplay as a co-op game, it was fine, but it should have been
The greatest democracy the world has ever known.
it should have been like a co-op expansion for another Resident Evil game or something. Like, it wasn't even Resident Evil. And it was such a turd, it led to Resident Evil 6, which was even worse. But you could not tell people that Resident Evil 5 was bad at the time. It wasn't allowed.
I've said it before.
Whoa. Went up
5
like
is probably the one I played the most.
Hmm?
And let me say that while it is a fun game, it is not a Resident Evil
not
game.
at all. It was Capcom chasing the trends of that time. It made tons of money. Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't it get almost like a perfect score on IGN? Like, it was like 9.5 or something
that
stupid.
sounds familiar.
It was
IGN
just,
score.
dude, everywhere gave it huge marks, and then within a year, everyone was like, wow, that sucked. It's like, where were you a year ago? Oh, that's right, you're a fucking herd animal. That's right.
You were so close. 9.3 out of 10.
Yep, I believe it.
Because, yeah, I played that game with, like, 8 different people. I beat it, like, 8 times.
No, not my refrigerator. Where will I put my $20 burritos?
Oh, my God. And it was really, really fun. It was a fun time. But, God, that is not a Resident Evil game.
Take that, Redditors. How's your book club now? All right. So today we're gonna read Thinly Veiled Soccer Mom lit porn.
I'm gonna come.
Oh. Ah! Dude, the only thing that would have made that better is if the Kamala super chat of "Do not come" was "Do not come."
The Ugandan giant, Kamala.
All right. Only lame thing is it doesn't appear you can dual wield yet.
Yeah, Megatron says, I love RE5 and you can't change my mind. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying.
There's
hey,
all kinds of people in the world that are wrong.
I like it too, but it's as a Resident Evil game, it's bad. It's not. It's a co-op monster shoot 'em up. You know.
All right. There's a chop. Wow.
Ben, God bless Razor. New Fire Emblem game is going to be massive and 4 playable main characters. It seems like they're actually trying to give Blaxa origin land instead of spawning out of thin air. I'm excited for it.
Interesting. I haven't been following it, but I bought the last Fire Emblem game and that was ass. So I'll just, I'll get the new one. Thank you, Titus. All right.
Snacks. And now, Agent Gold Bond, let me introduce you to our gadget specialist, Agent LGBTQ.
Aha! You know that's coming.
They invent
You know that's coming.
They invent as many gadgets as they invent pronouns.
Yeah. All right. There we go. Wow, you miscode numbered me. Huh. Ooh. Man, I ran out of my cool silency gun. I ran out of ammo for it. All right, fine. You're gonna get SMG'd. Yeah! Okay, so this is rad as shit. That's my comprehensive review, by the way. This is my video review. Shit's rad, yo.
Varen, hot take. GTA 6 is gonna be shit. I will not apologize. Fight me. Also,
You haven't
hopefully-
played it yet. Let's be fair. You have to play it first. You have to.
Also, hopefully the NFA is repealed soon. Godspeed, Jen.
Looking that way. I'm hoping they go all the way. God dang. Thing I love that they brought through is you shoot a different part of the body, they react a different way. We were just saying, like, oh, wasn't it last week? No, it was the week before last. Halo. Where I was lamenting the fact that modern shooters, man, you shoot people in the hand and they don't react. You shoot people in the foot, they don't react. It's like they just either ragdoll or what, or they have a generic death animation. Speaking of death animations, what's up with Mitch McConnell?
That man is dead. Come on.
All right.
Is there no way...
There's been more sightings of Nancy Guthrie, for fuck's sake.
Is there no legal way to force him out of his position? Because... How many times are we gonna have to go through this? We did it with fucking Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
McCain was in office for like a year plus with a brain tumor with a 12% survival rate, collecting a check. Unbelievable. And nobody said nothing.
No, his people not
Look at
being
him.
represented at all.
Obtained one cipher.
Jegs Dino God, we playing this game in celebration of now having suppressors legal in all free states.
Nice.
Gonna have to get a threaded barrel for my dad's PPK.
Yeah. I do
3
feel a little
a.m.
less special. I used to walk into my local gun store and see the case full of suppressors and be like, it's good to be Arizonan. But I'm glad that the franchise has been extended to you, even though you shouldn't have asked the federal government for permission. Because they don't have the power to regulate that. Nice. Oh, dead scientists. This is GoldenEye. I can't tell you how many times I shot Dr. Doak in the dick.
Bumcrack Jones, Insomniac, and Naughty Dog are Swifty Slop of games?
You're right. You're absolutely right. You're right.
You're right.
Ah!
I should just isolate that and have it be a super chat alert.
I figured you, the master of unlocking. All right.
Random Nobody, Duke Nukem Forever is an objectively great game,
$5 a month.
and people who don't like it are objectively wrong. This is true.
It's a perfectly fine shooter. The only thing I wasn't wild about is the 2-weapon limit.
Same.
That's the only thing. That doesn't feel very Duke Nukem. I feel like he should be able to keister like an entire armory. Because he's Duke Nukem, damn it. He's got his butthole's a bag of holding for weapons. A colostomy bag of holding. Boobs! Alright.
Black Metal Gamer, thoughts on flock cams?
Flock cam. Is that the new buzzword or what the fuck?
They're everywhere.
Can you explain it to me? What this controversy is about? So is this basically just CCTV or?
Yes, basically.
Okay,
And they're
well then
fucking
I've always
everywhere.
opposed that. And I'll go one further. I oppose body cams for police. I never understood why we're not cool with being recorded by CCTV, which I'm not. And photo radar and all of that shit. Photo radar is especially bullshit. But then we slap the camera on the tit of an armed agent of the state, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's cool. Okay, let's
So the thing with flock cameras
to record
is,
you without your permission. There's no consent form for a cop to film you."
So the thing with flock cameras is, it's not just, they're, keeping an eye on an area. They're not just license plate readers. Apparently, they also connect wirelessly to any smartphone that passes by.
Good times.
So they can
So
track
basically,
everyone's
hey,
movement.
Yeah, so Watch Dogs, but real life.
Pretty much. And mysteriously, a lot of them are being destroyed somehow. Must be the weather.
I know. Darn, you hate to see it. You hate to see it while rubbing your nipples in a circular motion. What? Whoa! Whoa! It's an ambush! I've been shanghaied! Whoa! Yeah!
Boom. Jake's Dino God, you
This
can't...
game is, and I can't emphasize this enough, the titties.
You can't convince me Dems will do well in midterms. Between the disgusting abortion law in Massachusetts and their horrid takes and results, they're done federally.
I think the Republicans gave them a little bit of rope, and they decided to hang themselves with it, is what happened. Republicans did. There are certain things that are unpopular. I am not persuaded Iran is so biblically unpopular that that would have resulted in any kind of boofing, especially because a lot of congressmen who would have been up for re-election opposed it, right? They weren't going to give Trump his war powers and shit like that, so I don't think it would have been that much of a factor. But there's other things, the simple cost of living and on and on and on. Those kind of things definitely can affect midterms. And the Democrats are like, what's that? the GOP might actually lose. Well, I can't allow that. Let's get extra mega giga retarded. That's essentially what we're watching right now, is the Democrats just committing suicide. And if you're wondering why it's important that you gatekeep your own side of the retards in your own midst and why punching right is necessary, look at what has happened to the Democrats because they refuse to punch left. A lot of this is the DSA and all of this shit. They refused to gatekeep the DSA because they wanted to energize their base. How's that working out for them? Sweet. Okay, that's straight out of Perfect Dark, though. Nice. Let's go with the pew.
Alexander Ferris, welcome back. I'm going to start a funny and kick-ass podcast by me, the letter rebel. Oh, that's Rob Halford. Lol. Thanks, Razorfist. Keep kicking ass.
Godspeed?
That was a joke. I probably read it poorly, but that's what you come to expect.
Is there no crouch button?
Filipino white boy. Hi, guys. I rewatched the DS9 episode In the Pale Moonlight again. Such a good episode.
In the Caucasian moonlight.
But I do have a nitpick. How come nobody on the station realized Senator Vreenak was there before he was killed?
What?
The senator, the Romulan.
How come no one what?
Realized he was there before he was killed.
It's been a while since I watched it.
Oh my god, really?
I was frozen today.
Yes. Huh. Can you not? Ouch.
Matt Robertson,
I guess you
Agent
can't.
007, we have a mission for you of utmost import. Excuse me, did you just misnumber me?
Yeah. Number.
I identify as 067.
The Lady Pina Schmeitia.
Played by Elliot Page.
Yeah. She's got fake abdominal muscles. Sometimes you've got to give her a little slap. Well, if they won't calm down. I love how he's confronted by Barbara Walters and he just doesn't back off of it at all. He doubles down.
I mean, the man's Scottish.
He doesn't give a shit. I'm Scottish, for Christ's sake. I eat dog meat rolled up in an intestine. Who the fuck cares?
Have you met our women?
I know.
Of course, that's given rise to the myth that there
Are no Scots women.
that they just pop out of holes in the ground.
Which is, of course, true.
Star Phoenix, dead scientist. Did they oppose Fauci and the science?
Ah, there we go. No. You're thinking of Boeing witnesses.
This is where the power lies.
All right.
Generalissimo Liberty, welcome back.
Open!
Trump will shut down government departments when?
He has followed, for the most part, I think he's still following this for the most part, the shutting down a government, shutting down 2 government programs for every one he adds. There we go. I mean, look at what Linda McMahon has done to the Department of Education. She's essentially shut it down completely. But again, this is a problem with our side because it's a combination of the rage baiting and bad actors on our own side. There is a heavy emphasis placed on losses and 0 emphasis on victories. Look at late last year when there was an entire fleet of fuckwit podcasters claiming that Donald Trump wasn't deporting anyone. And then in December, out of nowhere, they rescind a record number of H-1B visas. This is after they spent an unremitting fucking year, Ian Carroll's cunt ass, claiming that fucking he was going to ship in tons of H-1Bs. He rescinds a record number and sends them back. And does anybody even remark on it? No. Does anybody admit they were wrong? Fuck no. They never do. It's like we're anticipatory of taking losses, and we never emphasize victories, even though we have 10 times as many victories as losses. They're killing the scientists. All right. Mr. Scientist, what did you know and when did you know it? Ooh. I get a new gun. What is this? It's a assault rifle.
I'm thinking
Sorry.
it over.
It's a consensual sex in the missionary position rifle.
Rainbow Star Productions.
Oh.
Watch the Neckbeards buy out all Battletech Gothic boxes my gaming store had in 20 minutes. Is boycotting CGL...
Mine's bigger.
Mine's loaded.
Is boycotting CGL even worth it when other gamers keep lining up to suck down the slop?
Bro, that's like how many people and how many did you even
Remember
have?
to wash your penis, bucko.
Because I hate to break, there's a reason there's not more Battletech Gothic. I mean, it's nice that you had a personal experience where people bought it all out, but that was your store and that was what, 2 people or whatever. The scuttlebutt from within Catalyst is that Battletech Gothic is selling like penis cancer. So I don't think you need to worry about that personally. I haven't found a card. Okay. There must be a card around here somewhere. Yeah, I've been here.
John Stewart.
What's with the armband, buddy? What's that mean? Huh? Why is there a Star of David on it?
John Stewart Killer. Thoughts on or anticipation for the upcoming Black Saber Tony Iommi album?
Sounds good. I'll pick it up. Like, I kind of wanted to hear another Glenn Hughes Iommi collaboration, or maybe another Tony Martin, but Jorn Lund is all right.
Really pay money to see this stuff?
All right.
Alexander Ferris, you inspired me. P.S. F. Dr. Fauci. Long live Iced Earth and Sons of Liberty.
Right on.
Medal on.
Hey, there's my key card. Dude, freaking John Schaefer sent me the coolest gift. He gave me like 3 different shirts and a signed copy of the Sons of Liberty vinyl and a freaking bear spray. John Schaefer has his own brand of bear spray.
That's awesome.
It's like Liberty Mist or something, I think is what it's called. Hold on, I'm going to show this off because you guys need to go to his store and buy this if you can. Hold on a second.
Hashtag not sponsored. I'll read a few while he's gone. Ben, new Fire Emblem game is way more 3 houses with better options in downtime, like researching next opponents. Exhibition 33, like dungeons and more. Beautiful OST. Shlomo Begelstein, be sure to tell all your local hobos that there's meth inside every flock camera in Minecraft. Of course, of course. That's fucking amazing.
Holy shit.
Now, did you say that the
Okay,
can-
you guys, let me show you.
Is the bear spray signed? Is that autographed or?
No. Sons of Liberty. And there's a picture of John Schaefer. Liberty Mist. Yes, Liberty Mist. And right on the bottom it says 1,776% guaranteed to make metal cucks cry. That's a reference to metalsucks.com, by the way, who do suck a great big veiny floppy dick and all 2 of their readers. All right. That was glorious. So yeah, he sells those on his freaking website. It's pretty amazing. All right. Did it? Is it picking it up? Okay, we're good. So he sent me that and a couple of dude, just amazing. And I sent him my comic and a couple of my books. All right.
That's awesome.
Ooh, unsilent. What?
Blair, a flock camera was aimed at a children's gymnastics room. It was the only one a flock VP logged into that day. One's been found on Amish land too.
Ugh. You know, this is because we didn't put our foot down on photo radar. This is a big reason. In fact, some of the only people who spoke out against photo radar were labeled crazies, if you recall. I remember when Kelly Ward here in Arizona opposed, she tried to get the photo radar cameras overturned, and the entire Arizona political establishment descended on her. Oh, she's nuts! Chemtrail Kelly! McCain went after her, and everybody. If we had put our foot down then, we wouldn't be dealing with this garbage right now. Nice. Let's use that assault rifle.
What does turn you on?
Get these weapons of war off our streets!
101 Elric.
You realize bayonets are weapons of war, right?
Elric, thank you for the 20.
Good
evening, Gold Fister and Pussy Galore.
Yeah.
Please don your leather attorney fist suit and give me legal advice. What's the future of the NFA in a state like Nevada? When can I start chopping barrels? The saw of freedom yearns.
Hold on a moment. Oh! Hands up, don't loot.
Damn it. I shouldn't have had that haggis. It slowed me down.
His name is Pulp. Time hasn't been kind, John Walter.
You're doing surprisingly well for a dead man.
My game froze, I think? Oh, no, it didn't. It was just over. Oh. The cutscene froze or something like that.
Continue.
Yeah.
Scott Fisher, you see the Candy Kong debate?
Unfortunately. What a waste of everyone's time. But I mean, dude, who won that debate? I'll tell you exactly who. Candace Owens. Because she got paid $300,000 to do and say absolutely nothing of value. Doesn't matter how bad she looked. Doesn't matter. Ah. So she's Joanna Dark, basically.
This is literally Bond and Joanna Dark.
Yeah, it's a team-up. It's Joanna Dark and James Bond. Old man James Bond.
Well, I did kill their leader. I wonder how he survived.
It looks like the GoldenEye satellite thingy. Let me guess, that operates like a moon laser or something. Okay, we're out. You couldn't give me a gun?
Valen Star. Flock also has built a system for Leos to read your texts before you send them, and any form of electronic communication. And several of these cruisers likely are already patrolling your local city.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. GoldenEye with a Tommy gun, dude.
I'm down.
I am too.
Jonathan Chadwell,
Chicago Piana.
The Rock. Connery will never die.
Karen.
What?
Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
You're damn right. Let me go back and actually read some of the older chat.
All right. Oh my gosh. First shotgun of the game. Let's see it. Nice.
I don't think you can drop us off, badass.
You're right, but I'll get an A for effort.
So I think I found the gayest genre on YouTube.
Huh.
Being obsessed with Steven Seagal's personal life like a wine-swilling soccer mom. Have you seen this?
No.
What is with, like... Dudes in tap-out t-shirts have such a unremitting hate boner for Steven Seagal. It's so freaking weird. It's such wild, small pee-pee energy. They talk about Steven Seagal like virginal autismonauts talk about Chris Chan. You know what I mean?
I didn't finish that. The Rock. Connery will never die. AKA Remington Steele. Bronson will never croak.
To a corporation network. Okay.
Modern Minuteman Movement book. Had a debate with someone about Lincoln being a tyrant, and they immediately called me pro-Confederacy and a lost causer, like you said they would.
Yeah. And it's hilarious, too, because the whole idea of the lost cause pretty much comes out of the North. It's not really so much a contrivance of the South.
Good evening, James.
All right. She tried and failed to hack the Gibson.
Jack White, thank
right.
you for the combined 15.
Maybe you would have been able to hack better if you weren't, like, head to toe in freaking motorcycle leather for some reason. Not that I'm one to talk.
Will you guys ever stream the remake of Fatal Frame 2?
When's the remake coming out?
Oh, it should be.
And is that a Switch thing?
No. I think it's all platforms. Crimson Butterfly remake.
Damn it. Maybe, can I blow it up with explosives? Michael Bay explosives. Okay, that didn't work.
It came out March 11th. It is out.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess? I've never been a Fatal Frame guy, so... We appear to be in a castle. Damn it, castle! I believe you, baby!
And thoughts on Barris Barnes and Mitchell's constant blackpilling on X about the upcoming midterm.
Bro, wasn't Barris, like, claiming Francesca Hong was gonna win, and what if she got biblically destroyed? I think Barris at this point we can write off as being, let's be charitable and just say he's biased. Let's just say that. I think he's been wishing for certain results rather than anticipating them. And he probably was doing that for quite some time. Let's be fair. We probably gave him a little bit too much leeway for a while.
So, is it just that he's a Democrat, or is he just like an accelerationist?
No, he's not. I wouldn't say he's an accelerationist. There's a group of people who want for the Trump administration to move in a certain direction. They have people in his administration who have largely been shut out of all the important decisions. And they are hopping mad and throwing a fit because Trump's not going for it. Because Trump's going to do what Trump wants to do, it turns out. Just like he always has.
So what, like...
He's amenable to persuasion or whatever, but I don't think he's persuaded by the arguments of the sort of Bannon people. And Barnes and Barris are both Bannon people.
So what, are they just butt-mad libertarians or something?
It's a little beyond that. I think it's more practical and more of a sense of them wanting to achieve certain objectives. So, obviously, they don't want us to get rid of the Iranian regime. I also think there's a massive Juiceburg Israel predilection element to it, too. Okay, we're in Act 2. Nice. What is this?
Who the fuck does not want to get rid of the IRGC?
People who objectively see us as being... I think it just has to be admitted. They would like us to ally with Arab Muslim countries. I think we're actually at that point. We have a sizable contingent of the ersatz right who believe we are better off allying with the Arab-installed occupying regime of Iran that isn't even staffed with any Iranian citizens, rather than, removing them from office and then having an actual ally in the region, a real ally, an actual Iranian ally. What the hell? Okay. I don't know what that's for. All right.
I agree we should destroy the RGC, but we need to shit or get off the pot.
Yes,
That's just...
I agree. I
No,
agree.
I totally agree, too. But I will say again that Trump is the president. He's not a king. He's not a dictator. He has to try for peace, and he has several times, and he's given them enough rope to hang themselves with.
Well, I think
When we do go in, it'll be 100% justified.
Again, removing the IRGC isn't actually the problem. We steamrolled the entire Iraqi military in like a week. We would destroy the Iranian military in microseconds, especially because there's not much of it left already. That's not the problem. Your problem is, what do you do after? And Trump's not stupid. He doesn't want to get bogged down in a king-making enterprise. But there's a huge difference, and I think maybe people in his administration are trying to lead him in a different direction down the primrose path. If we can just leave them alone and they'll leave us alone. If history's any guide, that's not how that's going to work. And Iran also has a benefit that Iraq didn't have, which is that they have an actual hereditary ruler who's still alive. You don't have to install him, but he's a good figure to be like the spokesman between the occupying regime that you have now and whatever the Iranian people actually have afterward. There we go. You didn't have that in Iraq. You had a bunch of internecine fighting between different factions and different brands of Muslim in Iraq. There you go. And here's what I worry is the people who don't want him to put the Shah in place or to use the Shah as a transitional figure also seem to be advocates of, well, why don't you just arm this internecine group or that internecine group? Do you want Iraq, retard? Because that's how you wind up with Iraq. What you need to do is rally behind one figure. Because that's the advantage that Iran has that Iraq didn't. What alarms me is hearing people like Vance talk about Iran, and this isn't even debatable. JD Vance is a fucking retard in Iran. He doesn't actually understand how their government is set up, what groups are within Iran, and every time he talks, it's obvious, and he's the guy negotiating with them. He's genuinely fucking stupid on Iran.
Gotta point out, the music's great.
Yes, it is.
Taryn, please check Streamlabs. I can't post in the soup. Don't worry, Mercenary, I will. You know I always do. Jack White, would you ever stream the 2 Mirror's Edge games?
Yeah, I own them both. And I think they're on Game Pass, if I remember correctly.
Have you watched the latest? Here's the top 10 times that a slightly controversial thing happens back when wrestling still drew ratings.
Varen, give Tehran a second son, they'll negotiate.
I don't want them to negotiate.
And Einhard Portal, thank you for that 50.
Godspeed.
Any plans for Iron Nest Heavy Turret Simulator on the arcade?
I've never heard of that.
I think I've seen gameplay of it. It looked pretty cool. Also,
They brought back the little cabins from GoldenEye on the ice level. You know, somebody, I don't know if they're done with it, but they were working on The Spy Who Loved Me in the GoldenEye engine.
that would be cool.
A Roger Moore video game in the style of GoldenEye, in the same engine.
Also, do you agree with Nuxanor and his wish that Trump was actually the turret that the left says
Tyrant.
that he is? I guess he just mistyped that. Tyrant that the left says he is? Or do you expect a speed up of the Trump agenda after the midterms?
Trump already got most of the line items on his agenda done in the first week. This is what I mean when I say our pundits are fucking assholes and they're leading you people astray. They're manipulating you into believing that there are tons of L's when you already got an entire fleet of W's at the beginning of the administration. They just memory hold them all. Most of what Trump wanted to accomplish, he did in the first week. Not just through executive orders, too. Actually passed legislation and shit, which was something he wasn't able to do much of in the first term. All right. So do I expect a speed up? The big thing, of course, is the SAVE Act. That's the thing they can't get done. And that's on Congress, 100%. And it's obvious that they're going kicking and screaming because they don't want election security. And they don't want election security. I mean, there's a lot of people who are kind of speculating, why not this? Republicans just like to lose and blah, blah, blah. Guys, do you remember after the 2020 election, before the 2020 election, when there was that little hidden camera investigation in Texas?
Don't trust China. China is asshole.
Where they were investigating ballot harvesting. Forget if it was James O'Keefe or not. I think it was. they wound up finding out that Republicans use the ballot harvesters in Texas as much or more than Democrats do. I would ask you to consider an alternate proposal that Republicans aren't passing the SAVE Act because they like voter fraud too. They like ballot harvesting too. And ballot harvesting operations, or rather the organizations that own them, are probably bribing them through lobbying to keep that system in place. And voter ID greatly curtails that. I don't know why no one else really is talking about this, but there was like a mayoral candidate in San Antonio, I think it was, who was a Republican, who they busted him cold, buying the same ballot harvesters that Hillary had used, and Biden, and on and on. I have shown these clips in past rants, by the way, past videos.
Johnny B. Good. Razor, I've heard your opinion on Daredevil. What do you think of other Marvel comics like Fantastic Four, Thor, Captain America?
Don't like Thor, never did. Fantastic Four, I can take or leave. I like the classic comics a little bit. Captain America, I really liked the Ed Brubaker
really
Captain
paid money to
America
see this
run.
stuff.
But the Rob Liefeld stuff really sucked, and a lot of Cap stuff that I'm not a big fan of. All right. I was a big X-Men guy, though. You know, being a 90s kid, growing up in the 90s. Back when you could get X-Men comics at convenience stores. Oh, and I bought a few Spider-Man comics and stuff back in the day, and I liked them.
I was not big into comics. I read some of the stuff from early 2000s to like 2013. Mostly X-Men. If we're talking about Marvel specifically.
Disguise!
But then it just got preachy and liberal and just...
Yeah.
It fell off so hard.
I remember Ultimate X-Men, when that started, it was so good. And then Brian K. Vaughan, I think it was, jumped on, and he just turned it into a diaper fire. It was horrible. They turned Colossus gay for no reason. Didn't even make sense. Up till that point, he had been like an enforcer for the Russian mob. And it was just, it's so lame. It's so bad.
Brian, evening, gentlemen. Thank you for all these years of political discussion and gaming. I salute the both.
$5 a month.
I salute the both of you and your puppy too.
And your how?
He's over there resting.
Do I need body armor? No.
Jack White, I saw something on X about the older Lord of the Rings getting released on modern platforms.
Oh, the old Lord of the Rings games, yes. They just did War in the North, which is not very good. I don't know why they even bothered. But, and now apparently they're hinting at bringing older Lord of the Rings games. Look, just do Two Towers and freaking Return of the King and leave it at that, would you? We don't need any of the others. A lot of them are shit. Okay, I guess back this way.
Keaton Kitsune. I got to go to Gen Con this year. First time ever. It was neat, but I am definitely not a con person. Also, Indianapolis sucks. Too many damn one-way streets.
Damn it. Can I... Aha!
War Goat. Thank you for the 20. What are your favorite music videos?
Oh my gosh. I did a video called the best video game music videos, which is kind of a weird premise for a video, but it's still one of my favorites. Where it was just all the music videos from like the 80s that were all video game related, because that was a genre. That was a bona fide genre. There was a whole wave of music videos that were all about arcades and playing video games and whatever. So I had like Judas Priest, Freewheel Burning, and Dio Last in Line, and right? Some of those would be on there. The Freewheel Burning video is amazing. Killed by Death by Motorhead is amazing too, because Lemmy crashes through the wall on a motorcycle and picks up some whore. It's a great freaking music video and a great song. Manowar Glove of Metal is like the cheesiest Conan thing ever. I think it'll actually turn you gay. Oh, Saxon Power and the Glory, which was just retarded in the best possible way. All right. And of course, Alice Cooper Freedom. With freaking Kane Roberts looking like a gorilla and snapping a guitar in half over his knee. Like, freaking what?
I gotta say, my favorite
Where do I have to go?
music videos are probably anything Michael Jackson ever did.
All right, here we go.
Do you prefer the cinematic mini-movie styles or the short ones that last the length of the song?
Shorter ones.
And
I don't care for, like, I love the song You Rock My World. I think Invincible's a really underrated Michael Jackson album. But I could do without all that preamble. Whoa! Don't worry.
And favorite comedy music videos? Godspeed, y'all rule.
I can't think of one that was funny. Again, I'm not a Weird Al guy at all. Oh. Whoa. Isn't it weird that Weird Al isn't Jewish? That's like the weirdest thing about Weird Al. Like, half his songs are about Judaism and Gentiles and weird shit.
Varen, I would drop $100 for Battle for Middle-earth 1 and 2.
All right, here we go. Did we do it? There's a lot of waiting for elevators in these games. Mission accomplished. Put Metamucil in my drink.
Alabaster Scarf. Since he got mentioned so late last stream, here's my favorite Dangerfield joke.
Ah!
I drink too much. I drink way too much. I gave my doctor a urine sample. There was an olive in it. Livewire. You son of a bitch. CD.
Thing is, Spoonie has retired from Livewire. I'm going to have some Livewire.
Got my 5-month-old rescue German Shepherd mix dog microchipped this week. She's all mine now and is hanging with me while I watch the stream.
This is where the power lies.
Cicero today. This is so ridiculous. I'm walking past the dog park, right? And there's a big dog park and there's a small dog park. And in the small dog park, there's only one dog. And it's
That's terror.
Yeah. It's this tiny little schnauzer. It looks like it runs on Energizer batteries. This tiny little whatever. I could hear the owner shouting at him, Bean! Bean! His name's Bean. Me and Cicero go walking past because I need to put him in the big dog park or whatever. This dog is so small, he slips right through the bars. The fence. It comes outside. And Cicero starts out growling at him, being all big and bad and whatever. This is a huge dog, Cicero is. This little bean walks up to him. He like backs off. He's like merry-go-rounding around me. The freaking leash is winding around my legs because he's retreating so furiously from this like 1.5 inch like Nick Fuentes sized dog. Unbelievable, dude. Cicero's the biggest pussy.
Have you watched the latest?
Oh, 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Have you listened to that super chat?
All right. Oh. Do I have a silencer? Silencer? There we go. Stormtrooper aim going on there. All right. Take that, CRT monitors. You're superior to LEDs, but fuck you anyway. That's for being really hot in the back.
And
There we go.
Sonic Boomers. The X-Men are a symbol of the problem with modern comics. So many fans love the Krakoa era, the most morally bankrupt era. Comics used to be made by adults for kids, now it is made by kids for kids.
All right. I would say comics were not primarily made for kids, really, right from the beginning, but it's kind of a misnomer. Even a lot of those Golden Age comics, adults were picking up in large numbers. Kind of like pulps. Maybe pulps were a little more for adults, but...
As you can see, mine's bigger.
Mine's loaded.
All right. Oh, there's my body armor. I was like, geez, I need body armor. I'm about to drop. Looking like Trump's right ear. Yeah. Anything back here that I need to... I don't think I went up here. Well, that was worth the trip. This guy's dead. Okay. Oh,
Up.
thank you for the ammo. You get ammo where you can in this economy.
Squatch Hammer, have you seen the 5 USBs labeled Wisconsin Democrat required result?
Yeah.
That's scratched out. Voting result?
I heard about it. What are the full particulars of that?
I have no idea. I've not read this.
My understanding is it makes it somewhat calls the result into question. But they think, oh, it's going to reverse things for Francesca Hong or something, or... All right. Mainframe terminal access denied.
And Einhard Porkle.
You what, mate?
Porkwill. Thank you again for the additional 50. I know that we got more W's than people think. How much do you feel remains to be done?
The Save Act has to be done. It has to be done. And I would like to see it concurrent with a local level push for election security on a state level. Because that's where your election security is really going to happen, because the individual states handle elections. The federal government does not. That's another problem with the Save Act. Let's say the Save Act passes. you still have pretext to challenge it in court on the basis that the states handle their own individual elections. The federal government does not. I mean, the ACLU are going to run with that ball, and they're probably going to win. So we need a local level. Oh, God! Oh.
And he continues. Iron Nest Heavy Turret Simulator is a neat game where you are in a gargantuan, stompy, twin-barrel artillery walker. That makes me miss, fuck it, what was it called? 360 game? Like From Software, the other robot game of theirs?
Right.
God, why can't I think of it?
Armored Core.
No, the other one.
Chrome Hound?
Chrome Hounds, yeah.
Chrome Hounds isn't FromSoft.
Yes,
I'm thinking it over.
I swear it is.
Okay. Can I hack this? Wrong thing.
Developer From Software.
Oh, okay.
Alexander Ferris, I did meet another woman. She's hot and cool and loves metal and God. Awesome.
Sweet.
Great.
Hold on to her like grim death.
Armand Hammer. Spoonie got me into Iron Maiden when he told his Countermonkey story about his bard playing Fear of the Dark to countersong some sleep enchantment.
Nice. Right. I love it.
And Keaton Kitsune. Oh, and just so everyone knows, someone recently ported the whole of Ultima Underworld to Unity. It seems the developer has been working on it for like a decade.
Nice.
Has controller support as well.
Very cool. That is like one of the 3 most influential RPGs ever made. There are so few RPGs you can play today that don't have some DNA of Ultima Underworld in them. It's just stupid. That just isn't gonna work. Access help. Okay, I don't need to though. I just need to get to the helipad. All right, let's go. Get to our Egyptian plane. Need to meet up with a honeybee cult. Die! Man, the gunplay in this. It tastes good. I'm just saying. Domed! Yes. Clearly that guy was not shot. That was actually an exploding microphone. What that was.
Obvious.
Clearly. N357 Demon. Do I even want to know what this is? Oh, it's a Magnum.
Magnum.
Oh, yes. No! I was fine aiming. How dare you? While I was holding a Magnum?
Sick with sin.
All right, I deserve that.
It's time to realize we may have to cheat like them.
We already do. Forgot about that. Ooh. Yeah! You know what this soundtrack sounds like? The fight music in that show, that Jennifer Garner show, Alias. Like, it's like... That's a whole genre of TV show from, like, the early 2000s. It's like that. I don't know what you call that. TV music? Juzak!
Is good though. And for a creatine, this is an important PSA.
What's up?
If you haven't watched Gunsmith Cats, you owe it to yourself to watch a based gun store owner call an ATF agent 00711. Normal man. X-Men needs to stop.
Machine gun.
Nice.
X-Men needs to stop with the hated and feared angle and become.
They need to stop with the gay allegory, which was not baked in. The Holocaust allegory wasn't even baked into X-Men early on. Stan Lee just... There were some writers who ran with that. It made X-Men and Marvel look cool, so Stan Lee just ran with it and pretended that was his idea to begin with. It wasn't. It wasn't. But how could it be? The original X-Men had superhero origin stories. Cyclops wasn't born that way. Beast wasn't born that way. He was doing a chemical experiment and it turned him that way. Did everybody forget this shit? Dude, I'm gonna need like 20 more games with these shooting mechanics, please.
They need to become superheroes that help people again.
That too. That's another thing I hate about X-Men 97. God, they're just sitting around circle jerking about their drama. All right, when do you, like, you know, save the world and shit? When do you, like, fight bad guys and all that stuff? You know, superhero stuff. When does that start happening?
Bumcrack Jones, how long till Tucker converts to Islam?
Are you saying it hasn't already happened? Let's be real. Is there anything worse for him to be than Episcopal? You can...
Staff Sergeant Jucky.
Whoa!
How do you feel about Mastodon and Ghost?
I like Ghost a lot. I do not care for Mastodon. Never did. Ugh.
Sonic Boomers. 5 USBs, really short. Milwaukee had election problems that 5 of 9 USBs had audit data, not actual votes. So they had to replace them. It looks sketchy.
Our elections are a joke and have been a joke for some time. And people have become very comfortable with that as the status quo. And so they don't feel like... And to make matters worse, the only time you ever hear about it is after somebody loses an election, and then they can just spin it as sour grapes. So the problem never gets addressed. This is why the SAVE Act is so important, because it's being pushed through after Trump won. It's not sour grapes. It's, hey, our elections are fucked. Let's fix it. Might need to find a terminal.
Incoherent name. Thank you for that 50. A huge win barely anyone talked about is the government no longer giving grants to college departments
Yeah.
that can't prove their students go on to make money from their degree.
Yep.
That cuts the head off the snake of the Marxist indoctrination centers.
U.S. aid, tons of victories in the Department of Education. The 5-year lobbying ban on anyone who works in the government, which Biden immediately overturned. That's not suspicious. All right. There's our Meganum. All right, let's try not to die this time.
Detroit Otaku.
All right.
Thoughts on Texas Senate race between Ken Paxton and Telefrico? Who do you have winning that election? And excuse me for a moment.
Paxton's a freaking retard. What?
I'll be right back.
Oh. Ouch. That's why I died. He was using the same gun I was. He basically hit me with a Death Star laser. Paxton's a bad candidate. That's the only reason Telerico really has any kind of a chance, but Telerico's so cloyingly insincere. I don't see it really working in Texas. I will say Telerico is better at camouflaging his actual politics than other Democrats are. He's not going the full DSA route, and that's very canny and shrewd. And if more Democrats did that, Republicans would have a much harder time in the midterms. Fortunately, we have been blessed with very stupid enemies. Whoa! Hey. There we go. What? Did I blow myself up?
Oh no.
Jeez! All right, let's try this again. I am retarded. I think I did blow myself up. Holy shit, that was awesome! No alarm this time, shithead. Okay. I was standing closer that time and didn't blow up, but okay. Ouch. Shot me through a wall, that's cool.
Trigonaut. Candace Owens' debate was so embarrassingly bad, I hope it's a domino effect of her fading into obscurity.
You know, I think her even accepting is, number one, she had to save face on some level, and number two, it might be a tacit admission that she is aware that these lawsuits against her, at least one of them is likely to go through, and she needs money to be able to cover those. Because she got paid very handsomely to embarrass herself. What a waste of everyone's time that was. What an absolute waste of everyone's time. Nothing was the internet debates are always freaking stupid. The entire genre is retarded. It's nice to see that a lot of people are kind of coming around to that, because I've been saying it for years. Nothing gets decided. It's basically who has the bigger fan base, right? This is in desperate need of the GoldenEye watch menu screen.
I think that would be a little too much.
With the music.
None ya business. My parents are Lutherans, but we live in the South, so there's not a Lutheran church for 3 hours in any direction.
Really? There's, I mean, back in the day, there was, oh, it depends on where in the South. Tennessee, there was a big Lutheran community back in the day. In fact, a lot of the early Lutheran literature was translated by the Tennessee Synod. It just kind of depends. Of course, after the Civil War, because a lot of Southern Lutherans went ahead and didn't side with the Union. They kind of got run out of town. So that story I told in my Lincoln video, I failed to mention this. That story I told about the Union and Lincoln requiring that before church services, a mandatory prayer to venerate Abraham Lincoln be included, and the pastors and priests being locked up and whatever, those were not Catholic churches, those were Lutheran ones. They were arrested for refusing to include Abraham Lincoln in the prayer.
My God. Oh no, but Lincoln wasn't a tyrant.
No, not a tyrant at all. No.
And you know that there are shit heels on YouTube who would fucking defend that.
Absolutely. The William Sherman memers.
All right. Do you have a list of strong recommendations for literature they can study on their own?
Literature of what?
Lutheran literature.
That they can study on their own? I mean, the obvious one is Book of Concord. It includes, like, all the sort of mandatory stuff, like small and large catechism, which I would recommend to anybody. Those are sold separately, but they are included in the Book of Concord. And with the Book of Concord, you get the Augsburg Confession and the Apology of the Augsburg Confession, which is just like, they publish the Augsburg Confession. Hey, you're saying that we're heretics. Here's what we actually believe. We're not heretics. Then Rome claps back with, yes, you are! And so the Lutheran Church claps back with the the Apology of the Augsburg Confession, which is really, really well done. And then you have the Formula of Concord, too, which happens a little later after the Holy Roman Empire essentially subjugates Germany. And the Augsburg interim period, where a lot of the practice of the Lutheran Church and early Protestants started to fall by the wayside because they were occupied by Catholics. So they're trying to compromise, right? Okay, we can hold the Mass, but it can't be a Catholic Mass. We can, right? There's some give and take there. By both sides, by the way. The Catholic Church allowed Lutherans to their various doctrinal practices as well. There was actually a lot of compromise on that side. Oops. But the Formula of Concord had to be drafted because after that, there was so much lax practice. It was like, okay, here's what we actually do and believe. So they put that all together in book form, and that was after Martin Luther's death. But those would, so it's all kind of collected in the Book of Concord. As far as like just literature that you can study, the Schola Pietatis by Johann Gerhard is really good. If you're curious about, like, if you see a lot of Roman Catholic slop arguments against just Protestantism in general, there's an awesome series of books. They're tomes, but they're actually really well written, and you're like, they're addictive to read at the same time, even though they're huge. They're phone books by Martin Chemnitz called The Examination of the Council of Trent. And it's just categorical. There isn't one Tradcath slop argument that isn't addressed and disproven. It drives modern Catholic apologists crazy because the Catholic Church never really responded to it and didn't really have a coherent rebuttal because it was so well argued. So if you look at like Kevin Fernandez and Catholic Answers and whatever, man, they have to scrape and claw to have any kind of reply for it. But it's very well done. So I would recommend those. I've been reading through that. I'm almost to the end of volume 1. Go. There's this great moment where, so Chemnitz is arguing against Andrada, who's this Catholic apologist and habitual defamer of Luther and others. And, he makes the argument. He makes the argument. We're unlike the Jews. We have an unbroken line of succession back to Peter, and we have a genealogy, which is not true, by the way. They don't have any independently verified genealogy to go all the way back to the first pope. They have like, there's various versions of who was first, second, third, fourth. You know, it's, and honestly, the concept of the pope didn't really come around till maybe the 400s or so, at the earliest. And Chemnitz hits back with, that's nice, but if having an unbroken line of succession to the saints featured in the Bible were the only thing that made your church legitimate, that would make the Jews more legitimate than you because they can trace themselves back to Abraham. And it's just like, like, holy shit.
Freakonaut. Candace Owens' debate was so embarrassingly bad. I hope it's a domino effect. Oh no, I just read that. The unpleasant blind guy.
Whoa.
Kalastinko's problem.
Oh, there it is.
Kalastinko's problem is his video recorded past.
His what?
He recorded some videos in his past that I'm sure he's got shit out there.
Oh, of his previous political positions before he was hiding them, yes. That is often a problem. Look at AOC. Look at what AOC is trying to do. She's trying to pivot away from the crazy political opinions of her previous advisors. All right.
Shlomo Begelstein, my favorite comedy music video is Weird Al's Fat parody of MJ's Bad. The great Scalzini. Can we get Fauci pleading the fifth as Steiner Man?
Oh man, what would you even say? What would you even say?
You can drop us off, badass.
You're right, but I'll get an A for effort.
Well, you see, normally on advice of my counsel, I'm going to have to plead the Fifth Amendment in order to avoid self-incriminating from the crime that I didn't commit.
You know what's crazy, dude?
Huh.
At one time, it was believed that Rick Steiner was the crazy one, and Scott Steiner was the normal one.
Oh no.
If you watch the old... Dude, I'm not kidding! If you watch the early Steiner brothers, that is the unmistakable impression you get. Man, that Rick Steiner, he's nuts, but that Scott Steiner, he's a stand-up normal guy. Back when Scott Steiner had the long black hair. It's true, though.
You're talking crazy.
You're fucking crazy. One slap man? What is this? What is
Angel
this?
101.
What am I doing? What am I doing? Judo chop.
Oh, and you get time for... Oh, okay. Kind of like, Resident Evil Mercenaries.
I guess?
2, 1.
No! Death!
Angel 101, did you guys see James O'Keefe put on that Abdul guys?
What, did he need to infiltrate the Tucker Carlson podcast or something? Or
how those Somalian sympathizers actually bought it? No, I didn't see the video. I mean, I saw, you know, it on social media, but I didn't watch the video yet. Have you partaken, sir?
no?
Love those videos, though. They're great. At least it wasn't a woman this time.
All right.
Shackley Rusterford.
Let's go and fuck the prom queen.
Bobby, Al Yankovic blew his brains out in the late 80s after people quit buying his records. He's not worth getting in trouble over. Dylan Killen, welcome back. Why do Catholics hate the Lord's Prayer so much that they choose to pray to saints and Mary, the dead, instead of
They say the
just
Lord's
praying
Prayer.
to Jesus?
You just say to the Jesus?
To
What
the
are you,
Jesus.
Borat?
To the Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. Jesus. All right.
Why is that?
The practice of prayer to the saints is almost certainly a practice inherited from ancient Rome, from when the church began to minister to the pagan populations of Rome, and it started to cohabitate in the Christian tradition.
I shouldn't leave the body lying around.
I think is it Irenaeus? I think it was Irenaeus who wrote against it. Irenaeus says in one of his arguments about various practices of prayer, this is an actual writing on the church practices, and it includes a section on prayer. And he says, and I quote, "We pray to no created being." So that would include Mary, that would include saints, that was very early on in the church. So it developed at some point after that. And probably it was just backwash from ministering to the pagan populations. This isn't a novel observation, but many theologians have observed that the pantheon of saints and the way they all have sort of superpowers. Hey, this is the saint of travel. This is the saint of love. This is the saint of a good harvest and whatever. That this bears an uncanny resemblance to the Roman god pantheon. Here's the Roman god of war. Here's the Roman god of good harvest and travel and blah, blah, blah. Rocket launcher! They're just respawning, aren't they?
Let's see. Bumcrack Jones.
Is there a...
Luther. Corruption is bad. Pope. Nuh-uh. Squatch Hammer.
Boom!
Smacks colostomy bag, intestinal goose, blooges everywhere. This can hold an entire U.S. armory.
Woo! No!
Apollyon Analysis. Who are your favorite pulp authors besides Robert E. Howard and H.P. Lovecraft?
Chandler, Hammett, Spillane, Fritz Leiber, Michael Moorcock. Nice! And of course, Walter Gibson. And Lester Dent, for crying out loud. My death means nothing. I am just one of many. This is a Chris Nolan movie. Everybody's wearing a one-size-too-small suit. Hey, but I'm gonna watch the new Chris Nolan movie. I hope it's 3+ hours long and contains an existential twist at the end. Boy. That'd be a rare treat. And if the protagonist could style his hair and dress the same way as Chris Nolan, that'd be great. That'd be great. Obtained one cipher. Oh, this stream belongs in a museum.
Detroit Otaku. Will this finally be the year Michigan elects its first Republican senator since 1994 Republican Revolution? Yes, it's been that long.
Yeah, I believe it.
I'm sick and tired of Michigan being stupid in midterms.
We'll see. I think Michigan is pretty well a lost cause, although a lot of people have moved out of the state, which will gradually begin to affect its composition. Probably in a slightly redder direction, actually. Do not compromise cover. Take a picture of the organization leader. Disrupt communication with the conference room. Confront organization leader. Disrupt flock cams.
Yes. In this video game.
Yeah.
Mr. Phaedrus, I thought you were supposed to be a spy, not a redecorator. You've turned this building into a corporate morgue. Godspeed, Jen.
Godspeed.
Matrick, thank you for the 20. The Book of Enoch adds more context to the whole Bible, with the Nephilim and the corrupted creatures that happen.
No.
Einhardt once again. Dude, you forgot to get the Magnum from that red room with twin staircases.
What?
I think he went back and got it.
Huh? Judo chop! Judo chop!
Dingalingu. Razor, quick round of who do you prefer? Brett or Sean?
Oh, Brett. Brett by a mile.
Gold Dust or Warrior?
Oh, that's tough. Maybe Gold Dust by a hair.
Brock or Austin?
That depends on which Rock. If we're talking corporate Rock, The Rock. Definitely. If it's any other version of The Rock, then it's Austin. When The Rock was talking in first person, and in third person rather, and a heel, and all of that stuff, and the great promos and all of that, maybe just the tail end of his heel run, the very beginning of his face run, one of the greatest characters in the history of professional wrestling. After that, after Russo left and stopped writing his promos, and he started talking in the first person, and his character gradually got watered down, and that dog shit promo ahead of WrestleMania 17, where him and Austin are sitting there out of character talking with Jim Ross, just ruining the entire storyline. That crap is still praised to this day, and it's garbage. That version of The Rock, I wouldn't pee on to extinguish a fire, but The Rock in that prime era, definitely. What about you, Taryn?
Oh, for all of those? Let's see. Let me go back and read this.
Brett or Sean?
Brett.
Warrior or Gold Dust?
Warrior.
And Austin or Rock?
Austin. There it is. Oh, one last thing. Having current WWE or having every hair plucked off your body.
Damn. Oh, jeez. Maybe the plucking only because the pain will only last so long. The pain of how bad modern wrestling is will last a lifetime. It lingers.
Harlock. AOC looks like Ren and Stimpy at the same time.
She needs to keep her finger off the DoorDash button. I'm just saying.
Scott Fisher, Matt Walsh still crying about affordability even though Trump approved it.
go. I mean, gas prices did go down. I haven't filled up my car super recently, but the last time I went, it was way down. Groceries are still pretty sky high, but they're not as bad as they were a few months ago. And everything else is more affordable generally. What? Crap. I needed to turn off the balls! Didn't mean to do that. Craig.
Bumcrack Jones.
And everything else, and you can measure this, is quite a bit cheaper than it was at the tail end of Biden.
Yeah.
For sure.
But what about eggs, though? What about the price of eggs? For those of you...
It briefly spiked and then it went back down.
Yeah, and you want to know why? I think I mentioned this before.
Oh, yeah, wasn't there... Well, go ahead.
So, November, Trump wins. In December, very next month, the Biden administration orders the cull of 10 million chickens. Out of nowhere. No tests, to my knowledge. There's just armor laying on that bench, by the way.
Yep. What, you don't just have body armor laying on a bench in a museum?
No tests for bird flu or anything. They just decide to cull 10 million chickens.
Yes.
And then what happens in January when he takes office? First month he's in office. What's all over social media? The price of eggs went up. What is Trump going to do about the price of eggs?
Yep.
It's his first month. Why isn't he doing something?
And that was probably intentional because those social media posts were already ready to go.
Yep.
They were already ready to go. And awful lot of people on the so-called right were behind that as well. Odd, it's the same people who are spurging out about Iran right now. It's weird. Strange.
Grocery prices are so high. Why did... is it a coincidence? Trump took office and fucking price went up. It's gotta be his fault, right? Fucking idiots who fell for that shit. It just pisses me off how stupid some people are on our side. And on purpose, too.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. That's what I need.
Bumcrack Jones, your point about the Saints makes sense. I'd add that plenty of people use them as examples of how incorporate the faith in specific aspects of life.
Yeah. Which is how we're supposed to view the saints. They're supposed to be exemplars of faith and warnings of defects of character, too. Peter is scolded several times in the Bible, both by Jesus and by Paul and whatever, and yet he's the spokesman of the first apostles and kind of their leader a little bit. Thomas, of course, doubting Thomas, we know all about that. We use the apostles to demonstrate, hey, don't fall into these pitfalls.
George Debut, do you prefer DC or Marvel's handling of the AVP license?
AVP?
Yes.
Dark Horse.
Dark Horse always.
Always Dark Horse.
That is the correct answer.
And the same goes for Conan.
The Great Scalzini. Thoughts on the new Divide the Right? Black Pill talking about $20 burritos.
I already talked about this a little bit, but first off, nobody's less qualified to talk about the price of burritos or anything than Matt Walsh.
Where does he fucking live again?
Yeah, not only that, but it was really bizarre because like I had just gone out to a really nice Mexican restaurant the day before, and there we go. It did not cost that. The whole meal didn't cost that. And then if you point that out, then you'll say, well, you're just not sympathizing with people who it costs lots of money to live. Matt Walsh has a lot more money than me. A lot more. A whole lot more. Not sympathizing. It's like getting punched in the balls every time I buy groceries. It's still very expensive. Matt Walsh objectively feels less of the pain than everyone else does. Most of the people replying to him. Crap. Confront organization leader. Do I just go right in the front door? Okay, I do.
You're getting old, John. I can say the same to you, Dom. Although you're more of a sub.
The world is about to change. The world is not enough.
Do enlighten me. Why did you need my wife's pendant?
It's not a pendant. It's a data key she had stolen. I saw that coming from space. It was the very reason I killed her for. Good grammar. Oh! So you're the one who... And you better stay dead this time. Good dialogue.
We didn't have time. I'm sorry. Believe me, I made sure he paid for it with his life.
Oh, wait, that was her. All right, I'm not following here. All right.
Yeah, this is the third time he's killed him.
Yes.
Nice. Unlocked the Pro Challenge League.
Hitman Undead became a confessional Lutheran this year and was accepted into my congregation during Lent.
Oh, nice.
Just got a copy of Sacred Meditations after watching your videos on X. God bless.
That's awesome. That's awesome. You know what I just got? I got the... And this maybe will be something that I record after I'm done with Sacred Meditation. Again, because the big problem for me is I'm not a pastor, and I'm not confusing myself with a pastor. I'm massively flawed. I don't want anyone to be focusing a bunch on me when I'm making those videos, right? I want it to just be the words of, you know, a great man of God or something, or the scripture or whatever else it is. So I picked up one of the volumes of the sermons of Johann Gerhard. Big, beautiful hardcover collection or whatever. And they're all marked by date. So, like, his sermon for the first Sunday of Advent, his sermon for the second Sunday of Advent. And so the different times of the year, I could conceivably, you know, record one or whatever, and it would just be like an audiobook kind of a thing. There we go. Not enough ciphers. How many ciphers do I have? 7? Okay, I need to replay stage or something. But first, my bladder's about to burst. I'll be right back.
And while he is gone, Love in the Dark says, Razor, please slap Capcom into having some sense and finally remake Dino Crisis. One day. One day. Sonic Boomers. Hong defeat is so funny because leftist brains are scrambled. They don't know if to deny the election or accept it. Einhardt once again. As an over-the-road truck driver, I can assure you diesel prices are still ridiculously and some say artificially too high. I wonder about that myself. Apparently we're producing a lot of oil and we're taking oil from Iran. But prices only going down a little? It's a bit strange. Incoherent name. I think a lot of commentators think complaining about their own side gives them credibility, even when it isn't warranted. George Naboo, that is a question I'll ask when he gets back. Karen, do you eat eggs? I mean, occasionally, yeah, sure. Sick with sin, I'll get to it when I get to it. What?
Okay. I wonder what stage we should replay to try and get some ciphers.
George Naboo, what are your thoughts on the 1986 Transformers soundtrack?
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. The movie never did anything for me because Transformers don't really do anything for me, but the soundtrack is bitchin'. I love it. That would have been a good time for that super chat. I love it.
Ultros, shut up.
You all right?
What? I'm talking to the chat.
I'm socializing.
Yes. Shut the fuck up, you retards. Alabaster Scarf.
I know anything about GoldenEye. Levels named The Complex are freaking rad. Let's do it.
I thought you were going to stream Wild Blue Sky since it launched yesterday. It's a spiritual successor to Star Fox.
All right,
One of the devs for the original SNES game is on the design team.
Well, I didn't, and you can't make me.
Oops. Jack White. Would you ever live stream the Fear and Resistance trilogies? Well, I don't know how he's possibly going to stream Resistance. I don't know that it's available anywhere.
Or that I would want it to be available because it's crap. I don't like Resistance. Fear is one I've always wanted to try. No body armor! What are you, John Lennon? All right.
Detroit Otaku. Any favorite non-metal artists? For me, it's The Police and Sting.
Stevie Wonder, Michael Jackson, of course, Prince. Let's see here. And I mean, I like a lot of AOR and stuff like that, too, that wouldn't be considered metal, although some of those bands are metal adjacent. Yeah, you know, bands like Device or something like that. Pretty much any band, except for Pat Benatar, I never could get into her. Pretty much any group that Holly Knight ever wrote songs for is banger. Hard or Device or Animotion or any of those bands.
I listened to Police and Sting and others 80s British new wave artists since childhood.
Right, there we go.
James Bursey, thank you for the combined 12. My wife and I were happy for 20 years. Then we met. My wife's such a bad cook. If we leave dental floss in the kitchen, the roaches hang themselves.
One of my favorites.
I told my wife a man is like wine. He gets better with age. She locked me in the cellar.
What? All right.
Wildy's here.
Yes.
Wildy's here.
I wish I could use it.
Batman Slim. Good evening. I was wondering if it's worth the money, around $400, to see Iron Maiden along with Megadeth.
Yes. Megadeth just released their last album. I don't know if it'll be their last tour. Probably not, but they're calling it a career, so you definitely don't want to miss that.
I'm also going to see Deep Purple on Tuesday.
Right on, dude. Did you see freaking Richie Blackmore join Deep Purple on stage for the first time since '93? I don't don't think people appreciate like how lucky we are to still have Richie Blackmore around. This guy predates Jimi Hendrix and is at least as influential. He's like Clapton level influential, and for some reason, like, you never hear much talk about him. And we're fortunate enough to still have him around. Damn. Ah, that's what I needed to do.
Let's see.
What was it? How do you blow him up?
Is it just not the fire? Or is that throw?
I don't want to throw it.
Modestos of Salisbury.
Well, maybe
Andrew
maybe you don't have to blow it up. Maybe you just need to plant it.
Andrew Wilson absolutely cratered Candace and all her lies earlier today. Common Orthodox W. Oh, and Dio Mythos
I didn't
win.
think anyone came off looking particularly good in that. I thought the whole thing was kind of weak. There we go.
ASDF. Favorite Dangerfield joke. I was telling my son one day, you'll have children of your own. He responded, so will you.
I told my son about the birds and the bee. He told me about my wife and the butcher. Jeez. A freaking trap.
The disciple of rock. Went through a divorce. Only thing my wife didn't take was the accountability.
Yikes.
Matt J, thanks for everything you do. This stream is the cream of the pie.
What?
Thank you.
Cream of the crop.
Oh, yeah. Cream rises.
All right, there we go.
Jack White, what are your thoughts on Sargon's website he's had going the last few years, the Lotus Eaters?
I haven't watched much about it. Some of their takes have been pretty retarded and vaguely monarchic, and not that interested. All right, there we go. Where was that mainframe at? It's not here. Was it back here? Yes! This is the first one. Okay. Planta de explosives. Bam! Sound like Emerald there.
Agent K, Republican shortcomings be damned. I'll never vote for a Democrat party so mad it can't parse criminals from victims in basic mugging or robbery cases just because the perpetrators are black kids.
Only the truth. So where's the administrator's computer is the question. I need to download the admin's data.
Havoc, what do you normally do as an exercise routine? Been trying to get a new one that won't require a gym or expensive equipment on my current low salary.
Oh, that's tough, yeah. I do avail myself of gym equipment now. Really, that's only been in the last year or so. But I'm doing a lot of the same exercises. They're just aided by the gym equipment now. So, not that big of a deal. When I didn't have access to a gym, you can, with calisthenics, do most of the stuff that you need to do. I guess the only thing I would supplement it with is it's worth it if you have the cash to pick yourself up a decent size barbell, like single hand barbell. Mine is like 35-ish pounds, I think. I bought that years ago. That was the only piece of workout equipment that I really ever bought, and it's, dude, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Really all I needed. So then I could just, anytime I can't get to the gym, I can still work out at home. And so I would do, you know, sets of push-ups, working my way up to, I think I got to 2 blocks of 150, so about 300. And you know, you could do the old Arnold Schwarzenegger advice, and it's not bad advice, is when first thing when you wake up in the morning, 200 crunches. 200 crunches. And then I'll do about the same amount of some type of curl. The thing with curls, though, is if you lift a decent amount of weight with single arm, right, you want to go slower and slightly higher weight. When you hit the top, you're supposed to like flex and then sort of slowly let it down. So like form matters. It's not so much about that, but that was more so my routine. And then of course walking at least an hour a night, which is huge, and that your dog will thank you. If you just want to keep weight off, you could ignore everything else I said and just walk an hour a night, and that'll make all the difference in the world. Where is this admin computer? Hope computer!
Stop all the downloading.
Yes!
Harlock, what's your take on the Tenant, on the Tenant media scandal?
What?
I'm not familiar with this.
Oh, is this the admin computer?
Tenant Media was an American right-wing digital media company.
You're talking about
Lauren Chen.
Yes, where Lauren Chen roped Tim Pool, and when Lauren Southern was on that, and a bunch of people. I kind of felt for Lauren Chen. It sounded like a honeypot. I know anecdotally, I've known people that Russia have literally approached. Hey, would you like a TV show? Like, okay, where? Oh, on Russian state television. It's like, I think I'll pass on that, right? I know at least one person who has turned that down. So, Russia clearly are desirous of compromising American conservative voices in some way.
Call on me. Hey, you're a good boy. Don't call on me,
alright? If I had to guess, I would say Lauren Chen probably didn't know that, but it sounds like she was made the same offer that people that I know were offered, and they turned it down, and she decided not to turn it down. That's what it sounds like. And whether it was her or her husband or whoever that said yes or gave her the bad advice to say yes, that person is pretty much responsible for making her look really bad. I don't think she was in league on it. Again, based on my anecdotal experience, Russia literally reach out to people and offer them this. My understanding too is it was kind of circuitous. They used like there was like a go-between money guy, right? Who reached out to them. So Russia tried to keep their hands clean of it, but didn't cover their tracks. All right, there we go. I remember when all of that was announced, I was like, man, this is kind of suspiciously high production value, and what, like, who's behind this? I didn't suspect it was a Russian honeypot, but something about it didn't seem right. Again, discernment matters, guys. This is why it bugs me when you point out a discernment failing from some pundit or commentator or whatever at one point. Even if it's as recently as a year ago or less, and people hit back with, well, people's opinions change. It's like, yeah, but discernment is a skill that you cultivate. They're telling you the kind of discernment that they have, whether they have it or not. Man, they go right for the alarm. Okay. Coast clear. Good.
Megavania fan.
There's your helicopter.
Playing 2005 Punisher game. I love it.
It's a great game. It's a freaking great game.
It's amazing. It's the definitive Punisher game. It's a shame it's the only one. We got that shitty shooter that was on the PS3.
And we only got that because the movie. That was it. Oh, the movie's coming out. Now we can justify making a Punisher game. They let Jimmy Palmiotti write it. Thank God. And because they let Jimmy Palmiotti, who's a comic book writer, write the darn thing, it wound up basically just being an adaptation of the Punisher Marvel Knights run. Which is funny. I worked a signing with Steve Dillon, the artist, on that. On Marvel Knights Punisher. And he said they got screwed on that. That they basically didn't get any credit or any money from the Punisher movie or from the video game, even though both of them borrowed from their comic book run. All right.
See, that's the shitty thing. You hate to do it, but you have to get some shit done in, on paper first before you blab on something.
This is the
like
problem
that.
with Marvel and DC is they own these characters. So you work with them and you basically upfront give all your rights away to them. Anything you come up with, it just belongs to Marvel at that point. That's just how that goes.
We pay you once, and then we use that shit forever.
Yup. They get to adapt that. If you come up with a really, really good run on X-Men or Spider-Man or whatever, yeah, they're initially going to profit from the comic book run. But then what's stopping Marvel from doing a TV series on it and using that run? Doing a movie and using that run? Doing a video game and using the story that you came up, right? Like, this is what happens. This is what, and these creators don't tend to make any money off of it. Okay, now I have, oh no, I need one more. I need one more. What, let's do the castle again. Blow up gate chains.
Max, this music feels like it was lifted straight from Metal Gear Solid 2. In your opinion, how was Kojima able to predict much of what's going on today?
He didn't.
Yeah, wasn't it Metal Gear Solid stolen from... the whole story is stolen from some woman who wrote it, or...
Well, a lot of that stuff, a lot of the really particular political conspiracy stuff didn't come from Kojima. It came from Agnes Kaku, who was translating his words. And from his collaborator. I forget that guy's name. He left after 3, I think. But beyond that, that game came out a year after Deus Ex. Like, I think if any game has been prescient as to the future, Deus Ex well outstrips Metal Gear Solid 2. Like, by a mile. Deus Ex predicted everything we're dealing with right now. Adieu!
Yeah,
oh, is he French? Okay. Let me use my great big rectangle hands and... Yeah, there we go.
G Phaser, explain how the state electoral college would work.
It could work any number of ways. But the obvious ones are you could split the state into individual districts that could actually be apportioned their electoral votes. Or you could use a county system. You've already got those, and people would be disinclined to change county borders, which would be a point in its favor. Because, of course, the thing you want to avoid is we don't want gerrymandering. We don't want Democrats or Republicans to suddenly jump in and go, oh, there's more of my voters over here. There's less of their voters over here. Let's create a district that looks like an element on the periodic table so I can get as many votes as possible. Right? We want to avoid that. So counties, I would say, is probably the best way to go. But some states would need to have districts. And if you do that, those districts would have to be hardwired and immovable once they are set. Because what you're going to do is you're going to then look at how many people live in each district, and you're going to apportion electoral votes just like in the national electoral college system. You're going to apportion a set number of electoral votes. So yes, New York City will have way more electoral votes than Northern New York, right? And all of those districts. In fact, New York City is like, what, 2 different counties or something? That might have to be addressed, actually. You might have to do a district system in that state. Regardless, so because all the different counties get a certain number of electoral votes, yeah, New York City gets, let's say, 12 electoral votes. They get way more than everybody else. But if there's 12 other counties and they only have 1, okay, now New York City doesn't just get to tell the entire state what they have to do. So they can't just vote themselves money out of the coffers of the people who live outside of New York City, which is what happens in states like Washington, where Seattle basically runs the entire state, and certainly in New York, and on and on and on. So that's how it would have to work. It would work basically just take the national system, condense it to a state level, and either look at a district system or use the counties to apportion electoral votes. Yes. Ooh. Ooh, Tommy gun.
The last. Why are so many black pilling lately? From the
No, you started right. What was it? Why are so many blacks?
Why are there so many people black pilling lately? From the right, lately on the Twitter X. Maybe I'm optimistic, but I do see things improving in America.
They drastically improved in Trump's second term, and the simple fact is we have had bad actors and just plain idiots on our side for a while, and we didn't sufficiently gatekeep them. We're doing better at gatekeeping our own side than the left is. Look at the crap they're dealing with the DSA right now. When retards speak out on our own side, well, look what happened to Thomas Massie, right? That's important. That's actually really important, and because if that doesn't happen, look at the Democrats. Look at what they're dealing with right now. But the simple fact is, there are some thought leaders who have been let into the corral who arguably shouldn't have been there to begin with. They didn't, I mean, even if you agree with their politics or whatever, some of these people didn't have a discernible talent or even an original view to forward, and arguably shouldn't have been considered serious pundits to begin with. There's some housekeeping that needs to go on, and fortunately a lot of it is being done. And I think the strategy now is, at present, is very, very obvious. Whatever Tucker Carlson is trying to put together right now, that little third-party type thing that he's trying to put together, the purpose of it is in what it does, not what it says. Again, the thing is what it does, not what it says it does. And the purpose is to split the Republican vote to give Democrats more of a chance in the midterms and beyond. That's all it is. That's all it is. And Tucker Carlson was registered Democrat till about 2020. Important to point out.
Oh, you know, I love all of these conservative talking points, but you know what? It's not enough for me. I'm gonna start my own party, Or, I don't know, run
No,
myself or something.
They give it away because they're purity testing the conservatism of a bunch of people who are objectively further right than they are.
Yeah.
In America, it's really a byplay of collectivism, states' rights, right? Like federal collectivism versus states' rights. Not necessarily individualism, but an enshrinement of individual liberty and state-level liberty, right? So Jefferson, Hamilton, that is our political binary. So these people are left. In an American context, they're left. That's why they're emphasizing so heavily the fascist versus communist binary. Because they are, what they're attempting to do right now what they're attempting to do right now is juxtapose the European political left-right on America. They're basically taking the, hey, look, the American political binary doesn't work for me, brother, because we can't have that Jeffersonian states' rights option. We can't have that. So we have to defame Jefferson. You notice a lot of these people are Hamilton simps. Because basically they want a political binary that is Hamiltonianism or Hamiltonianism on steroids. That's what we're looking at right now. They're trying to make this happen. From Fuentes to Tucker to Candace to all of them. Every last one of them. These are not right-wing people. These are left-wing people. That's why when the chips are down, you can see Fuentes throwing his fit and saying, I'm going to vote for Democrats. This is not a long walk for him, guys. It's not a long walk because his legs are too short. But no, it's not a long walk at all politically because he is left of center, philosophically. He's a collectivist.
Emperor Creatine.
Why didn't GoldenEye have a Tommy gun in it?
Emperor Creatine. It looks like the Sand People did this. Look, there's gaffy sticks, bantha tracks. But I've never heard them bench something so large before.
Shit. Man, I was hit twice. I'm almost dead. I need body armor.
Max Defender. Are you or Taryn any good at dancing? No BS. No. Hello, TK.
I haven't done it extensively, but I've gone to a dance and danced with a girl, and I can do that.
I mean, yeah, I can slow dance, but I mean, like, Michael Jackson dance or anything
no
like...
No one can Michael Jackson dance.
Or anything like halfway there? Hell no.
Plus, I'm white.
Yeah. I'll just use that excuse. The Great Scalzini.
I like the Dennis Miller joke. White people dance like the villagers are chasing them with torches.
In honor of Jake Downey, let's continue his game. Instead of movie titles, recite famous movie quotes. Oh, we did this before.
What?
We're not starting that shit again, but thank you for the time.
Don't stall that again.
Common J. How do you find love and forgiveness in people? I'm struggling with it these past years and seeing evil happen more and more.
Forgive doesn't mean forget, and it doesn't mean consequence-free. This is important. I think a lot of people who struggle with forgiveness have a mistaken idea of forgiveness. They think it's like, oh, well, we just call it a mulligan and everything that you did is no big deal. And no, there are consequences attendant to behavior in this world. And just because you forgive doesn't mean you forget, and it doesn't mean the consequences go away. It's like when people were like, oh, Erica Kirk forgave Tyler Robinson, therefore she killed her husband or something. It's like, no, therefore she has a proper understanding of forgiveness. It doesn't mean she's advocating for him to be released from prison. It means she's forgiven him to free herself. And that's maybe the most important thing to understand about forgiveness is you are really liberating yourself. in the act of it. Because nothing will take your life down like Gamora, like harboring bitterness, envy, and entitlement for the rest of your life. You want to know what that looks like? Go look at a drama website or a drama YouTube channel or whatever, and read the comments. Just read the comments. Just a sea of misery. Because these are just people whose entire lives are animated by bitterness, entitlement, envy. This is the existence you can look forward to if you can't let go of bitterness and learn how to forgive. Shoot, conspiracy forums are kind of the same because they've always got an external antagonist. Right.
Elf Finder General, thoughts on the band's Night Ranger?
I haven't listened to a lot of Night Ranger. I don't.
And Steelheart.
I have listened to some Steelheart. They're all right.
And Third Son of John. Why is all the discourse on the right so fake and gay now, as opposed to its prior fakeness and gayness?
Right. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Dr. Admiral, thoughts
And it's
on...
funny, too, because, like, if you think about it, Tucker Carlson is he's not just a new media figure, he's an old media figure. And he's a pre-old media figure. He's been around for freaking years, right? So he's presenting himself as an inoculant to the very syndrome that he set up. Like, from any direction you observe the current problem of right-wing punditry, Tucker Carlson is a contributor. Every single angle. He was a part of the problem 20 years ago. He was a part of the problem 10 years ago. And he's a part of the problem now. He's never been part of any solution. Which is why I just roll my eyes clean out of my head when I hear, well, Tucker used to be good like a year ago. Like, what? Where have you been? Are you on this earth? Whoa!
Dr. Admiral, thoughts on Gerald Ford's president?
Not the worst. Not the best. Not a super effective communicator. It's kind of limp-wristed rhino, right? Establishmentarian. All right. But of course, his entire presidency wound up being defined by that Nixon pardon. Which is probably one of the only universal good things that he did. Make no mistake, Nixon was a real shit president. Like, he was real bad. But Watergate was silly. It was a complete media contrivance. Go.
Intrinsic Dark. Why are communists so terrible at understanding human nature? Forcing equality of pay for all jobs or instituting some sort of UBI would kill all incentive for people to do hard jobs or to work at all.
Vengeance. I don't think people understand the degree to which communism is just vengeance, the philosophy. Bitterness, envy, entitlement, and vengeance personified as a political philosophy. Really all it is. It's why after the vengeance is executed, that's when communism really, really gets ugly. It's not pretty to begin with, but it gets even worse. Because without a focal point for their antipathy, they start eating each other. Often literally. Can I open that? No. Blow up gate chains. I haven't seen any gate chains. What do the gates look like? Oh, look. Maybe I missed something.
Clear Skies, thank you for the 50.
Godspeed.
Jake the Lawyer has great videos. How Hearst succeeded with media campaign to make senators no longer picked by legislature, thus ensuring the corruption. How the destructive minimum wage was made, and more. The how and why we now have this BS today. And thank you again.
Godspeed.
The Southern Gentleman. Movie, song, or game you like in a genre you hate.
In a genre I hate. I'm trying to think of like a genre that I just universally hate. I don't know.
I typically don't like the lazy, you see them all the time on Steam, the lazy isometric top-down games. They're a dime a dozen. They're everywhere. It's the cheapest kind of game to make. But I love a game like Ruiner.
I thought he was talking about music.
No, movie, song, or game.
Oh, movie, song, or game.
Yeah.
Good point. Okay.
But Ruiner's great.
Okay, I don't like visual novels very much, but I like sometimes the Vampire the Masquerade ones that they put out. But that's just because it's Vampire the Masquerade and there's not enough games generally, and not enough good ones.
Oh, and Purgador, of course. I know people will bring that up immediately.
Okay.
James Bursey, enough softball questions, Razor. Who plays who in Muppets Death of Stalin, and why?
It's not happening. I think Frank Oz plays Stalin, if his politics are any indication. Oh, there we go. Damn.
Did you judo chop it, or I don't know.
Ah, an explosive. You might want to back away from that. Oh, reload is detonating. Stupid. There's the other chain. Okay. I wondered.
Jags Dinogot, it's a known fact. You save your hearing when you put silencers on the black one. And it's usually a good idea to have suppressors on your guns, too.
Like, spent a lot of time in a movie theater recently. Okay.
Bumcrack Jones. Can I get a Godspeed for my cat? She's not sick, just fat.
Yeah. Godspeed, cat. Even though you're a cat and therefore don't have a soul.
Tharghost, I was told this was going to be a short stream. Hey, he's working on it.
All right. Well, I didn't realize I was going to have to unlock levels with points that I get for doing bonus objectives. So I've had to replay a couple of levels now in order to earn those.
Common J. Does it ever bother you guys just how large vultures are? No, I know they're enormous.
Dude, one time, I'll never forget this. I walk outside in my neighborhood in the middle of Phoenix, right in the middle of Phoenix, and I walk out, I'm a little kid. Walk outside, forget what for, I think I was crossing the street to go to my friend's house, and I look up near, there was a big telephone pole right next to the house, and there were wires and whatever, and then there was like a junction box and whatever, and there was a dead gigantic vulture still latching onto the telephone pole. It had been electrocuted or something. It was upside down. It was horrifying. I was like, what? What is that doing there? In the middle of a city. It was wild.
Generalissimo Liberty. The rhinos are the DSA of the right, but reversed.
All right, here we go.
Normal man. Do you still keep up with Steven Crowder?
Not really.
Attention Bajoran workers. If you do not surrender, I will be forced to make you watch Starfleet Academy. Do not test me.
Super Bear.
Is that like the fastest cancellation of a show ever?
What was that, 2 seasons?
Starfleet Academy? No,
Yeah.
they canceled it before they even aired the second episode, I think.
Super Bear, I'm just glad we don't have to pretend Tucker's laugh isn't cringe anymore.
You notice he hasn't laughed much in his recent podcasts. He's just getting angrier and redder. Whoa!
Tommy guns.
You know it's a 90s spy movie because we're talking about hard drives. All right.
The unpleasant blind guy. Big money compromises through conservative commentary.
I think, you know, honestly, a lot of people will say, oh, Candace is a grifter. It's like, well, if you define grifter as someone who lies to people for money, I think I disagree. I don't think she is. She doesn't need money, guys. She comes from money. She married into even more money. She's loaded. Now, after her lawsuits and stuff, who knows, right? They may well be making that Wheel of Fortune bankrupt noise by the end of that. But, you know, I actually don't see her as having migrated that much philosophically. She's migrated politically, right? From left to right, ostensibly, from Democrat to Republican and whatever. But as I've explained in the past, she began her career as an identitarian, and she has only become more of an identitarian over time. She was originally a black identitarian who blamed whitey and corporations and whatever for everything, and then she flipped, and now she's a righty identitarian who blames the corporate Democratic Party. I mean, look at her big watchword: "Get off the Democratic plantation." It implies that there's an external antagonist who's the slave master who has everybody in the Democratic identitarianism, guys. That's what it is. I don't like woke right as a term. It's really just another way of saying identitarian. And I disagree with pretty much all identitarians of every single stripe. You're never going to get me to fight for your right to party. You get the first bullet. So Candace really hasn't changed. Now the new identity of the antagonist is Jews or Israel or whatever. And that's, man, black identitarianism has a long and storied history of blaming the Jews and Israel for a lot of stuff. Going back to Malcolm X and Louis Farrakhan, and look at Public Enemy. They got in trouble for Professor Griff's statements about Israel and all that back in the 90s. That's a long-standing thing. So, she's audience captured. Don't get me wrong. She digs the attention and the validation. I think that's more of a motivating factor for her personally. But grift? I don't think it's a grift. She's just an identitarian. She was an identitarian to the left, and now she's an identitarian. Well, she was an identitarian to the left, then she was an identitarian to the sort of safe rhino right, and now she's an identitarian to the Spurg right, which is really just a facet of the left. She's just lapped back around to leftist. Whoa! Oh no! I totally just point blank shot him. Whoops! All right.
Lynn Hero, a suggestion. Sigma bashing Mega Man X's lame and gay ideals of peace and equality. As Trump.
X, you think you're going to usher in a human and robot utopia? But I'm afraid the Mavericks have to go back. They've been far too mavericky. Besides, Maverick makes me think of John McCain. And that guy was a faggot. Couldn't even lift his arms over his head. I don't trust anyone who can't lift their arms over their head. There should be a jumping jack requirement to be in politics. What happened to Roll, by the way? Did you kill her, or what happened there?
The Great Scalzini. Thoughts on Boomer Rock and bands classified as such, like Journey, the Eagles, and etc., etc.
Eagles are just like, most of that is just, okay, Journey's AOR. Eagles are just kind of radio rock, I guess, sort of. Is that a turret? That better not be a turret. It's not shooting me. Oh. Hey, body armor!
The Southern Gentleman, interested in the new Onimusha?
Maybe, we'll see. I'd never played any of the previous ones. Didn't particularly appeal.
Normal, man.
All right, so he's in there. He's in the panic room. Enable automatic defenses. Okay. Where do I do that? Well, look at him. All turned in the other direction. Judo chop! Judo chop! Okay, I'm gonna die. All right, there we go.
Normal, man. The teen dystopia genre is the worst that exists.
The
I
what?
grew up when they were everywhere, and it felt like a psyop in the way it was pushed on me in school. They all had the same dumb plot.
What was it?
Teen dystopia.
Like what?
Like, Hunger Games.
Oh, yeah. Hey, guys. Rich people. Am I right?
Divergent. The Maze, or whatever the fuck that was called. Cesario, Trump as Lord Farquaad from Shrek, telling the press pool, "Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make."
Some of you, frankly, may die. But that is a sacrifice I will greedily pleasure myself to. Believe me.
Big threat.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Can you see New York failing due to electing a socialist? Help idiots in other states see why socialism will never work?
I mean, they're already kind of seeing that, but... Do I think it will help in other states? Look, already a lot of people in the rest of the country are looking at New York City like, what is wrong with it? And this, nor is this the first time that New York has gone completely crazy and the whole country has gone, what the hell is wrong with New York? Watch crime movies from the 70s, like Death Wish and Taxi Cab and whatever, right? The subtext of a lot of those movies is New York is insane. Their entire political makeup, their entire, like, Everyone in politics in New York is crazy and corrupt, and their electorate is crazy and corrupt, and there's crime everywhere, and if you walk down the streets, you'll get killed. And dude, this is just a cycle that repeats over and over again. Because there's a lot of money to be made in New York, and wherever there's a lot of money to be made, there is a lot of corruption. Yep. And communists love corruption. Anywhere the state and business cohabitate, there you will find a socialist, which is ironic because they claim that they don't believe in property. But of course, it's the opposite. They want to own your property. So they love lobbying. They love anything that facilitates long-term corruption. Look at how corrupt the communist quarter of Vienna was under occupation. Or East Germany. Look at how corrupt China is now.
This rose get antsy. What boy? What? You're a good boy if you are.
Drop it!
Yes! That was almost perfectly timed.
Hold no.
Yeah, whoa, 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 whoa! Check your corners! Oh! God, that's satisfying. Why is shooting so much more satisfying in games like this? We played Halo 2 weeks ago. It was nowhere near this fun just to point and shoot people. Nowhere near this fun.
ASDF, which Star Trek show had the worst initialization? Discovery or Starfleet Academy?
Initialization? What?
I guess opening, starting? I mean, Starfleet Academy, definitely.
They tried to make it like a teeny bopper comedy, kinda. It's just nothing about Starfleet Academy worked. It was a Jamie Kennedy joke that they decided to turn into a real show.
Nunya Bidness. What are the odds of you and the Blue Jew on a stream?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. Not familiar. The Southern Gentleman. Any non-Kurosawa samurai film recommendation?
The whole Zatoichi series, for one. Really, Shintaro Katsu directed a whole lot of really good ones himself. How do I enable the automatic? I haven't even seen a terminal to do that with. Well, let's look around.
That's terrible.
Sword of Doom is also really good. Crazy ending, but really good.
Bumcrack Jones, the Egyptian planes are keeping his sister down.
Yes. Ah, there we go. I think. Oh, no. Really? The turret button is next to the turntables?
Oh
Blood
my.
is on the dance floor.
Oh my. How the turntable.
Yeah.
Blast Radius, thank you for the 20. Communists exploit people's weaknesses of jealousy, envy, and hatred through a fake benevolence so they can grab power.
Yes, absolutely. And it's top down because it's not the people from the bottom up who insist on the communist revolution. It's a bunch of academics and eggheads and rich people who are overeducated inevitably and spend too much time in college where they think these ideas can actually work. And so they find the grievances that normies can latch onto and they manipulate people with those. So in Russia, it was the kulaks, right? And anywhere communism's been tried, there's had to be an exterior antagonist that they were all focused on. Catacombs! I got 12 ciphers. There's always got to be a catacombs level. Always. Yeah, here we go.
It's an evil ideology that seems to never go away. Sad we are still dealing with this poison.
It's because whatever you want to say about the left, they were very, very shrewd about one thing over the course of the 20th century. Slowly and by degrees, turning the narrative from communism killed tens of millions of people to that Joe McCarthy. What an evil man. Hunting down all of those people, whatever. You can watch my video on McCarthy if you want to know how that switcheroo was pulled. Or you could watch John Doyle's video, which was basically just a copy of mine. It's always nice to see my material in syndication.
Jegs Dino God went to a post-metal show at 7.
Ooh.
Band stopped at 6.
Isn't this a... Okay, hold on. Just got it.
Ooh. Castle State. Normal man.
It is, but...
Could we get Trump telling AOC...
Ah, there we go. Oh, of course, the zoom works like in GoldenEye. There we go. I was wondering, I'm like, okay, this is a sniper rifle, so there's got to be a zoom. Sure enough.
Could we get Trump telling AOC to just put the fries in the bag? Please and thanks.
AOC, first off, you're not JFK. You don't get the initials. Alexandria Ocasio, whatever, fajita tequila, whatever. I'm going to need you to put the empanadas in the bag. And then I need you to press them up against the glass, please. Provide some value to humanity for once. Hey, wait, I said put the empanadas in the bag. Don't eat them. Don't eat them. You've been eating too many.
All right. Oh, they gave me a sniper rifle. Wow.
Chucky Bobucky
Jeez.
donates $10.
Hey!
And he says Chucky Bobucky.
My goodness. Way to break with routine. All right.
Dakota Man. Hello, Razor. I just moved out of Tommy, Oregon, and into Mississippi.
Oh, my.
And it's the best decision I've made, but the work ethic here in the South is terrible. Is it the same for you or just Mississippi?
Well, have you tried taking the leg irons off? Have you? Oh, sorry, a different. Okay, different labor situation.
It's always easier when you're the one sitting on the porch.
Yeah, that's
sipping on the mint julep.
Would you like some crème de menthe?
Oh, it certainly is hot today.
Is it giving you a case of the vapors?
I wonder when the ice cream man will come around again. Jegs Dino God, Tucker and Candace told me the Jews turned this $50 chat into $40.
Damn!
I don't see how they influence this $20 though. Anyway, here's 10. He donated 5.
Oh, okay. Wow! Those guys in the black shirts can absorb some punishment. Jeez. Now, where's the maroon shirt guy? Where's that?
Greasy
I
Caveman.
think he's got a rifle tucked in his pants.
Hail Razor Force. Any music recommendations for a road trip move going from Alaska back to Texas? Damn. And can I get a Godspeed for the journey ahead?
Oh, Godspeed, man. You know what's actually a good road album? from the last several years, I talked about it in my Mythos, is Road by Alice Cooper. Seriously, it's very good. Very good driving album. The classic Alice Cooper's Killer is also a really good driving album. It's got Under My Wheels on it, I think. Very good album.
Anything by Laserhawk would be amazing.
All right.
Kavinsky, God rest his soul.
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know.
Vaxxed, you think?
No.
You think?
But his album, his stuff is great, always. Those would be my
Judas Priest, Point of Entry. Great ultimate driving album. Ultimate driving album. Saxon Wheels of Steel. Oh my gosh.
Pontius, Porcius, Hello Fist.
And of course the ultimate driving song, Taryn.
Huh.
The ultimate driving song. Are you guys ready? All right, it's enough. It's enough.
I thought the ultimate driving song was going to be. Fucking hate that game.
Dude, people are trying to rehab Final Fantasy 13.
Why
Firing
can't-
squad for every last one of them.
Why can't we get a remaster or remake of Final Fantasy 13?
Because it's not a game, actually. Yeah.
Fuck them. Fuck all of them.
Yeah.
If they fucking make remake or remaster Final Fantasy 13 before we get 8 or 9, I will never play another Final Fantasy game again.
Ah, crap.
Pontius Porcius, Hello Fist, Razor Fist, and Terran Galore. Any chance of a Roger Moore Rageaholic Cinema?
I'd love to. I'd love to. Especially Live and Let Die. Man, people get so cranky about that movie. I love that movie.
Jake's Dino God. Shooting is good because that sound design is sexy.
That too, and the animations, the death animations, and the getting shot animations, and there's actual effort put into them. What? Did you just no-sell a headshot? You Trump?
Super Bear.
Missed me, faggot.
Playing an old school shooter will make you want to beat the man you started to ADS in everything to unalive with your whole hand.
Oh!
I've got shotgun.
Yep. Hey, Taryn, I'm playing Hunt Showdown. Look at me. I'm playing Hunt Showdown.
No,
This is every single gunfight in Hunt Showdown. Here we go.
You're not 80 spamming hard enough.
Yeah, it's true. Boom!
You know what my favorite pastime is?
What's that?
Fraser? Dancing on a rooftop.
Ah, yeah.
Just back and forth, back and forth, back and
Dancing
forth.
forward, baiting a shot. Absolutely not baiting a shot. Sorry.
With absolutely no movement penalty whatsoever.
No movement penalty. You could solve the AD spamming problem in Hunt in one update just by slowing people down when they aim down sights. That's literally all you would have to do. They'll never do it.
From Grego with love.
All right.
I recently rewatched Sword of Doom. It was supposed to be the first in a trilogy, but the other two films never got made, which is a shame.
Yeah, I heard about that.
That is one of the films that I never thought would end like that.
Yeah.
I thought it was building up to something, but I did not think it was going to be that.
Yep. It's a great movie, though.
It is. It's great.
The star of that, of course, died recently. Legendary actor. He was also excellent in Zatoichi Goes to the Fire Festival, which is one of the better Zatoichi movies.
Oh, Ryan Guts. Happy to catch your stream. Give him hell. Also, as a Cuban, your take on commies is dead on. The ideology is just a demon that's taken many forms. Different forms.
Yep.
It keeps trying to manifest.
It's one of the
perfect way
reasons
to put it.
communist regimes are so hard to keep in power for long periods of time is because it's top down, because it's a contrivance by academia or rich people or power brokers, elites. They're the ones who forward communism, not groundlings, not normal farmers, not normal cashiers and whatever. Because they have to manipulate people into supporting the communist revolution, they have to always keep an antagonist in view, and they always have to have some kind of exterior stimulation, right? And keeping that going for decades is very, very difficult. Very difficult. Because people are predisposed, if they can, to just, hey, I like to come home and barbecue one day and just kind of chill. I don't want to have to be politically engaged 24 hours a day. There is a power. There is a political power to the meme that's now circulating around of, wow, that's crazy. Did you see the game last night? Guys, there is a political power to that. There actually is. It is unironically an antidote to communism in its own way. Ooh. Well, hello. I need to eliminate more snipers, though, before I try and finish this. Or maybe there's more up ahead. This shotgun's not bad. Okay, best movie shotgun.
Ooh.
I want to hear yours first. I want to hear yours first. Obviously, Terminator is going to be on a lot of people's lists.
It's a classic.
I think actually is another Arnold movie that's even better with the shotgun.
What is that? What are those in the Terminator? That's in 1887, I think. And he does the fucking spin with.
Well, we're not worrying about models. I don't even know that many models of shotgun personally because I've never fired a whole lot of shotguns. So, I think the shotgun in Raw Deal, freaking, that is such an underrated movie. The scene where he's just blasting drug lords left, like he's basically just massacring the entire mob with nothing but a shotgun.
I'd say
that's way beyond anything in Terminator.
I'm gonna go with an old school classic. The Benelli is always satisfying.
In what?
Oh God, I don't know.
I'm saying in movie shotgun. I want to know what movie. All right. Charles Bronson in Death Hunt.
That is a good one.
Or in Murphy's Law. He also does some shotgunning in Murphy's Law. This is where I came from. That's the secret. Okay, no, I don't need any more from here, I don't think. Nope. Oh, no, this is a different. .360 no-scope shotgun headshot. There we go.
Quickly looking up a couple.
No?
Ooh, okay. Classic Benelli M1.
Or just think of a movie with a shotgun in it.
Rambo.
Why do I not remember a Rambo movie with a shotgun in it?
It was in the last one.
Oh, yes, it was.
When he was wasting the cartels with it.
That was good, and that's an underrated movie.
Yes, it is.
It's a very good movie, and people who bashed it are stupid.
Oh, the Predator 2 had some good
Yes, it did.
shotgun action in it.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, those would be my choice.
Oh, the shotgun in Death Wish 5. Why didn't I even think about that? I'm fine, but you need a bath. Belly.
Parlock, how does modern Russia differ from the Soviet Union?
Well, modern Russia's more of an oligarchy. Soviet Union was actually attempting to be communist, and we know that because we now have access to the KGB archives where they were all talking to each other about the proletariat and the bourgeoisie and all that good stuff. They actually wanted to be communists. They weren't always that successful, but... Oh, hello! There's got to be another one. Can I see one from, like, down here, or...?
Which grounding dog? Good boy.
Don't see any others. Probably it's the other outdoor area where I can...
Oh, the blue Jew mentioned earlier is Nuxtaku. He's a VTuber like Kirsha. He started as an anime commentator, but now he's a big-time reactor to the news. GS Wolfwood. He mentioned California stealing Arizona water. What about electricity? My state's biggest power company just got bought out by Next Era Energy. They want to pull power from another state and still charge me more.
There we go. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. And again, one of the craziest chapters in Arizona history is us almost going to war with the state of California over water.
This was pretty good.
What's up?
AOC, you're getting fat. Work out. I can hold it. I'm all right. I'm all right. Ah!
I love
Is that
how,
her just getting
dude,
fat?
I love how for the last 3-4 years, people have been speculating, oh, wow, she's pregnant, isn't she? Yeah, that like for the last 4 years, people have been privately speculating in punditry. Oh, AOC, she's pregnant. She's going to pop any day now. She's just not. Nope. Turns out she was just getting fat. That's all. She's just turning into Grimace from the McDonald's commercials. Like every Latina after age 30.
A man called Plush. Hail Razor. Familiar with The Game film trilogy?
No? I don't
From
think so.
1978. It's a Hitman series that inspired Spike from the Cowboy Bebop anime. Jazz, booze, guns, women. I'm sold.
Oh, is it like, what's the name of that genre in Japan? It's basically the Japanese equivalent of giallo movies. So after spaghetti westerns,
Right.
the next trend in Italian cinema was giallo, which is like crazy, over-the-top, violent gangster movies that want to be Death Wish. Japan had that too, and I'm trying to think of what the hell they're called. But anyways, is it that, or is it a Western series? I've never heard of it. Temple! Temple! Of course. Can't be a GoldenEye clone without Temple.
Emperor.
Dude, that music!
It's good. Emperor Creatine for movie shotguns. Don't forget James Woods' Cop. I need to sit down and watch that.
What is it?
Cop.
$5 a month.
And it's $5 a month.
Oh! Sorry, I turned into Hacksaw Jim Duggan there for a second.
We've had a couple here. Tattered, thank you for subbing on Twitch. Heron, thank you for subbing for 49 months. Camino Uni, thank you for subbing for 22 months.
Hope you guys are enjoying that game. I really hope it's got a hot chick in it. Anyways, I don't mean to roach out, but by the smell of my alarm clock, it's time to end stream early. I promise I'll play a game tomorrow. Peace.
Come back, Asmongold.
Yeah.
Come back. And every time he gets banned,
I think he randomly followed me.
Oh,
he retweeted me and then followed me. Shout out to him.
Every time he gets banned or suspended, it just highlights all the shit that Hassan gets away with.
Oh yeah,
He
Hassan,
literally-
and not just Hassan, dude. Girls have showed their entire ass crack on stream and whatever, and it's like, oh, that's a 10-minute ban, young lady. You put your pants on really slowly at once.
Like, Hassan literally called for the murder of a senator.
Yep.
And he's still on there.
And what's the dumb Bernie broad with the OK Boomer song? Didn't she do that too?
And then you have people being put in real danger.
Are these cryopods?
Car accidents, reckless driving, shit
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
And not only that, but what was that guy Johnny Somali and the people who literally just harass strangers on stream? Whoa!
Yeah. Ooh. McLeod, the Benelli M3 used in Heat on the counter ambush is sweet. Modern day Spaz 12, that's still made to this day.
And the Spaz, isn't that, don't they use that in Jurassic Park?
Yes. Clever girl.
Yeah. Never really got to see it in action, sadly. And
Big
again,
Trev.
there are only 3 Jurassic Park films.
Big Trev, would you kindly give us Gold Ducats? I'm not just any Cardassian. Threat entirely as Macho Man Randy Savage.
I'm not just any Cardassian, okay?
Some ugly Rutger Hauer's hobo with a shotgun. It's literally
Oh,
Minnie.
yes! I forgot about that. That's such a great movie. That's such a great movie. That was one of the first movies that came out that understood the 80s action-sploitation wave of movies that was about to happen. It was one of the very first. And it's still one of the best. There we go. Okay, I guess I just gotta destroy him. Ow! Okay. No others, right?
Best Way Killer. Oh, actually, I was in the middle of doing subs. Sorry. Camino Uni, thank you for subbing for 22 months. Oh, and happy birthday, by the way. It was a couple of days ago.
Hey!
Speaking of
Happy
voting,
birthday, you wizened old fag!
Speaking of voting, we had primaries here in Minnesota on Tuesday. Mike Lindell refusing to take the L after he threw away all of his credibility by starting on amnesty and saying undocumented migrants instead of illegals.
Gross. Yeah, I haven't been following the Mike Lindell stuff too much.
Angry Salt Shaker.
I don't think Mike Lindell's a bad guy. You know, I think I feel bad for what happened to him, actually, now that we've verified a lot of what he claimed after the 2020 election. I mean, you remember how badly he was defamed and deplatformed and what, like, he was. Yeah. So Mike Lindell will always have my respect.
I hope a lot of these people, especially new converts, because you can't hate all of them. But I hope that one day they do realize that the left just, it's gone. That they let them down too many times. Like, there's no going back to, oh, I want classical liberalism.
Mm-hmm.
There's no going back to that. You're not going to get it.
Yep.
I'm sorry, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I forgive this game for visually referencing Blade Runner 2049 here. Which, by the way, is just a lame copy job of Ridley Scott's scene in Tyrell's office, which is way better shot and better written and better acted and better because everything about Blade Runner is better than 2049.
Charging into a goblin's nest to not get some goblin vomit, slop, and blood on.
Alex Jones chimes in on slop moments after we talk about Blade Runner 2049. Clearly, God knows what's up.
Angry Salt Shaker, thank you for subbing for 22 months.
Samples.
Fraser, a while back I asked you about classical music and metal combined together. And you said you like both, but not together.
Usually I don't. I don't mind Yngwie using Phrygian scales and, you know, stuff like that. I don't mind taking inspiration from it. But when metal artists just cover classical, or here's the really unctuous one, when they play with a big symphony orchestra and whatever, very rarely does that get carried off. Again, I think Yngwie's the exception. I don't mind the Metallica S&M album, actually. I'm not even a Metallica fan, really, but I kind of like that album, personally. But usually, I don't know, it doesn't work for me. It just depends. It depends on the band, it depends on the artist, it depends on how well done it is. Sorry, did I cut off that super chat?
No, he just continues, but not together. Why does the combination of metal and classical music not work for you if you like both separately?
It can, but
excuse me.
But the combination of metal and a lot of things can work if handled right. Just depends. I mean, I guess maybe the distinction that I'm making is I don't mind metal with enthusiastic about what I guess would be formally categorized as, and I hate this term, symphonic metal. Because it's usually just fruity, hot topic-y sound and bullshit. Thank you, Freddy. Just think, somewhere in this building, Jared Leto is pausing awkwardly between bad lines of dialogue. Just think. Ooh. Whoa! Oh, that's a turret! Okay, got it. Watch me AD spam. I won't apologize for nothing. I'll AD spam all I want. Bitch! Almost got killed there. Trying to emphasize my point. If you remember Blade Runner 2049, this is the scene where a really bad moment was shot. Vault access point denied. You bitch. I'm hacksoring. Has a 90s keyboard. I love that. Up. We took the experiment. Okay, activate the pod. Which pod? There's pods everywhere, dude. They're filled with genetically engineered podcasters. They're trying to find a way to make them blander. Hey everyone, bald beard podcaster guy here. But first, 20 words from our sponsors.
Do you need a balanced meal
Yeah.
in your life?
Would you like groceries delivered to your door for 20 times the price?
Oh, I've got the product for you.
KY jelly. No. You stop that.
Best Way Killer Escape from LA had Snake Plissken bossing it with a shotgun during the chase scene.
It did, dude, on a motorcycle. I love Escape from LA. I just watched it. I got the 4K Steelbook and what. That movie is awesome. That movie is rad as shit. And the entire world is in denial about it. I don't give a shit.
Metal Ninja, Razor Force. I'm hitting 40 in a few minutes.
Get out of here, old man.
Hit by a cold 2. Awesome. This year celebrating with wife and stepson. First time, Godspeed. Happy birthday.
Oh, Godspeed. Way to procreate. You're well in advance of AOC. What turkey baster fathered your kid?
McLeod. Internet Movie Firearm Database is where you can do your research on whatever type you want to research.
Yeah.
I just used that to figure out the whole Benelli angle with Predator 2 and Rambo. And Clear Skies with the 1 hundo. Thank you.
Godspeed.
Scored a traditional trench 1897 shotgun.
Ooh.
That checks with the Thompson.
Sweet. Are Germans mad at you yet? Are they following you around, calling you a war criminal?
The K98, or 98K, Red 9, and M1911.
Oh.
Bucket list complete.
Nice.
Here, have a yard and Godspeed to you all.
Oh, that sounds like a great collection.
Look at you.
I have a lot of that stuff. I think the only thing I don't have is the shotgun, actually.
Vincent, the guy.
Yo!
Latinas don't hit the wall, they bounce off. Yeah, they gain weight and bounce off.
They don't hit the wall. They jump over it. It's not how that works.
Oh, how could I forget? Thank you, Einhard, for reminding me.
All right.
Good movie shotguns. Regman's quad barrel dwarf cutter.
That is clearly what I need to... Oh no. I just got an achievement, Taryn.
What was it called?
It was called Whoopsie. Destroy the mission critical object.
Oops.
I love that there's an achievement for that. That's genius. This game is freaking great, guys. This game is freaking genius.
I'll get back to the dwarf cutter in a second. One of my favorite achievements ever.
Uh-huh.
It's from the first The Forest game.
Yeah.
You lose your plane crashes on an island in a big forest, and cannibals take your son, and you got to go find your
So
son.
just Hades Simulator.
But it's you know, it's one of those survival things. Build a house, do whatever.
Right.
One of the blueprints is you can build a gazebo, and when you finish building this enormous gazebo, you get an achievement that says you should really be looking for your son.
What's the achievement called? Friggin' Father of the Year?
Oh God, I don't remember what it's actually. I should look it up.
You should.
Back to this good movie shotguns, the Dwarf Cutter from Phantasm, custom quadruple barrel shotgun.
What?
Oh yeah, that's why I fucking love the Phantasm movie. Rest in peace, by the way.
Yeah. More dead Phantasm actors.
Yep.
Here we go.
He was a good one.
Okay, we destroyed the mission critical object. Let's...
Godspeed, Reggie.
No, that's not right. We've got to go back to the start and try again.
Best way killer. I'm turning 35 on Sunday, which means I can officially begin my presidential campaign.
Ah.
Taking early donations now. Get on board quick and I can promise generous kickbacks and cabinet position.
Hey!
Can I get a Godspeed?
God bribing speed.
Get me a one of them comfy jobs on a committee or something.
Yeah. Give me a job where you don't actually do anything, but people think you do something. Oh, right. President.
And Mr. Phaedrus, if what I heard about Vance scolding the GOP is to simply provide results for the American people, and they'll abandon their socialistic flirtations, is true, he's saying the right stuff so far. Hope they listen to common sense.
I haven't heard the full context of his remarks. I did hear he essentially shat on Milton Friedman, which I think is really misguided and stupid on his part. Because Milton Friedman's commentary has aged really well. Milton Friedman's advocating for, I guess, what is called capitalism is not a defense of the crony capitalism that we have today, or really properly labeled, as I've said before, mercantilism is really the system we have. I don't even know if JD Vance knows what mercantilism is. All right. But
the achievement is literally called "You Should Be Looking for Timmy." Oh, that's great.
Spray and pray!
Emperor Creatine, did you know you've got 10 tons of toxic...
Oh. Mother? She was my exotic teenage alien lover. A fine piece of jailbait from a more civilized age.
That's horrible.
Did you know you've got 10 tons of toxic poop in you?
Toxic poop. I miss that guy. At least he wasn't AI. At least I don't think he was. And then the shirtless steroid guy who pretends he doesn't take steroids. You know what I'm talking about?
You mean
the guy who was
all
always like
of them?
The guy who was like shirtless all the time and like hanging off of a bar for no reason, showing us his armpit hair. That clown got like rolling fields of chacny from his rampant steroid abuse and testosterone supplementation.
A Man Called Flush. It's a 1978 neo-noir trilogy. Be right home beside a Sonny Chiba VHS on the back store shelf. Your dad hid it under his bed besides Golgo 13. The game trilogy.
My dad didn't.
I'll tweet you later.
My dad was too busy watching Don Knotts movies and stuff. What was the last actor whose filmography you went on a tear of?
Oh, God. thinking if I looked up an actor and just
Probably
said,
for me, it was Fred Williamson. I went through all those, which is funny. I know this chick who she had gotten an argument on a set. She's an actress. She got in an argument on a set with Fred Williamson.
I think, like, the last one I did was probably Michael Dudikoff, because we just got done watching American Ninja.
American Ninja.
And I wanted to see, like, all of his other shit.
Right. Came in this way. Here.
Harlock, I think the reason people are thirsting for fascism is because leftist socialists have been in power for so long, right-wing socialists sound appealing.
There's this One Ring proposal where, if you would but lend me the ring, I ask only for the strength to defend my people. That's what's going on. I already completed the experiment file. Okay. I think this is all I need. There we go! Oh my gosh, another clone. God, they are podcasters.
Best Way Killer.
Hello, everyone. Would you like to hear about the Bilderbergs?
Best Way Killer. People claiming that Doom 2016's OST changed metal, while they themselves don't even listen to metal, infuriates me. Mick Gordon can fuck off with his irritating electronic noises and power tools.
Well, to be fair to Mick Gordon, my understanding is he didn't really want to use the electronic instrumentation, but they forced him to. He wanted to do like a pure metal soundtrack, from what I understand. And Bethesda or id or whatever were like, no, we need some electronics in there. Wasn't he like dissatisfied with the soundtrack because they dicked around with it after he had delivered it? So dumb. What exactly the hell are you?
If you didn't figure it out, you never will. I am Dominic Pulp.
I'm gonna name my son that. All right. The cloning function. Did I mention this game was made by a guy named Replicant?
$5 a month.
All right. It took months to grow a clone, dude. They grow TikTok clones in like an hour.
It only takes a few minutes to make a full-grown copy of me, if you consider that full-grown, yes.
This is insane, but it makes sense now. You'll never survive to begin with. You are all clones. Dumb clones.
Yes, and sadly, it seems we keep getting shot by an old geezer.
Really? Who the hell's that?
But this is the end for you. You activated the entire facility. An entire army of dumb clones against a single boomer shooter. I see what you did there, developer. I see what you did there. You won't make it out alive, old man. Whatever, Unk. Oh, shit!
I'm surprised I haven't played as her yet. I thought for sure she was going to be a playable character.
I wonder if you beat the game, you get to go through as her.
Yeah, I wonder. Gay. Gay.
Best Way people. Best Way Killer, sorry. Thank you again for that 10.
The space elevator.
Cesario.
The last transmission was to the moon. Cybers, they have a secret base on the moon.
Razer Civilian Marksmanship Program is planning to sell some Winchester 1897 French guns in the future.
Ooh.
Wait,
Cool.
they neutered the M14. Not good.
What is this? What the? What is this? Sorry. Give me my Megadum.
The Real Doggo War. To go along with the other gun talk, sure, if it's been mentioned yet, but the DOJ is settling a suit that will gut a lot of the NFA. Yeah, we talked about it a bit earlier.
Yeah. We have talked about it quite a bit, and we'll talk about it even more. Huh. Where were they coming from?
And somebody else.
Ooh! Ooh, body armor. Beautiful.
King of Dunces, thank you for subbing for 23 months. Rest in peace, San Diego's best metal venue, Brick by Brick, which was closed this week after 30 years due to some kind of leasing dispute. Gonna be far fewer concerts in my future, thanks in God's name.
Oh, I hate when that happens, man. I hate when that happens. Concert venues out here in Phoenix are a nightmare. For one thing, there's no venues in Phoenix. There's your first problem. All the venues, if you look at a map of Phoenix, huge area, right? Phoenix is like the 5th biggest city in the whole country. Huge. If you put dots where all the concert venues are, there'd just be a great big circle. And right in the middle would be Phoenix with no dots. It's just, oh, we're going to build a concert venue. Should we put it in the capital of Arizona? Hell no! Let's put it in Mesa or Tempe or Chandler, for Christ's sake. Let's put it out in Santan. Let's have people drive out to the middle of the friggin' desert to go attend a concert. This is how people build venues in Phoenix. It is retarded. There's like the Dodge Theater or whatever they're calling it this week. That's it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Clones! Send in the clones. Ah!
Takedown, we kind of talked about this last week, but I'm sure he'd be eager to answer it again. Can you define mercantilism? Most define it poorly.
What do you mean? Just the regular? Yeah, I actually did define this. I think it was last week or the week before. It might have been the week before.
Yeah, I think it was during the Halo stream.
Yes. So a situation where essentially the government picks winners and losers. So that a high protectionist tariff. Some would argue Trump is employing that. He's doing more of a directed tariffs kind of a situation. It's like a case-by-case sort of tariff. This would be a blanket, high protectionist, Henry Clay, Abraham Lincoln tariff, right? So that would be one of the main defining aspects of mercantilism, but a cohabitation of business with state. Basically a lobbying enterprise that is indistinguishable from business. Basically all that we have today, where we literally have a situation where corporations are lobbying for higher taxes to keep competition out, or prospective competition out, because they can afford to lobby the politicians, which is another way of saying bribing, basically. They pay the lobbyist in turn bribes the politician in turn pushes for the higher taxes. And the big corporations stay big corporations, competition never arises, there's your mercantile. It is, as the name suggests, a mercantile-based system. So high protectionist tariffs along with a robust, shall we say, lobbying system. Oh, and the internal improvement system, which is basically corporate welfare. And our entire government is nothing but corporate welfare now. Like 70% of the budget at this point. Those would be the main features. What am I hearing? Uh-oh!
Pod's opening.
Open the pod bay doors. The plasma gun ain't no bitch.
Enigma. Ask Mussolini how fascism worked against communism.
And it's a form of surrender anyway. It's a form of surrender because the very things that you're claiming are basically symptoms of a failing capitalist system at present are features of fascism. They are present in every fascist nation that has ever existed, and indeed, usually they're present in even greater and more libidinous quantities. If you're complaining about social maladies, for example, well, there's a reason Berlin was called Babylon under Hitler, too. It was degeneracy personified. You're not addressing these problems, you are institutionalizing them.
Aeonic Fire. Terran hand reveal win. Actually, we did
He's a hand model, actually.
We did a Solomon Kane board game back in the day.
Oh, right.
A little while back. And
that was a hand puppeteer. That's bullshit.
Yeah. Best Way Killer. Rageaholic Cinema for sudden death. Jean-Claude Van Damme fighting a broad disguised as the Penguins mascot and stopping Powers Booth terrorist plot.
Yeah. I love that movie. I love that movie. Cocaine-addicted Van Damme movies are fantastic. Wait, that's all Van Damme movies.
Ultros. Does James Lindsay deserve a place on the right?
All he does, and this is very valuable, is read communist literature in their own words and show exactly how it's being enacted in the modern day. The reason why he was able to identify that there were collectivists on our own side who were embracing the same philosophical arguments as Marxists is because his entire channel is nothing but him reading Marxist texts all the time. Hours-long videos of just paragraph by paragraph going over a Marxist text. And then, so you're seeing this today on college campuses. You're seeing this today in the political establishment. You're seeing, right? And none of his critics do any of this. None of his critics have ever read any of these texts. He's absolutely correct. It's why his Marcus Carlson rank or whatever was completely on the money. And you can see it, too, because the people who claimed that he was uncharitable in his Marcus Carlson rank, what was that, National Review or something that he did that with? They've all now unironically embraced those ideas. Most of those critics of that action are now outright advocating monarchy or dictatorship or sucking Franco's dick. He was absolutely correct. He was totally right. For those who don't know what I'm referring to, James Lindsay took the pen name of Marcus Carlson, and he took a Karl Marx text, I think it was the Communist Manifesto, wasn't it? And he rewrote it by replacing all of Marx's antagonists, so capitalists and Jews or whatever, with socialists send Jews or something like that, right? He basically just replaced the identity of the antagonist. And then he sent that over to National Review or something and said, hey, would you publish this? And they did. They published it. And then he leaked afterward, hey, by the way, these people published literally Karl Marx arguments. All they did was replace the antagonist. And the argument against him was, well, the antagonist matters. No, it doesn't. He exposed successfully that you are motivated by grievance, not philosophy. He successfully exposed that you are collectivists. And you have since then exposed even more that you are collectivists. So does James Lindsay have a place at the table? Like, he's already sitting at the table. The question is if you are worthy to still sit at this table. And frankly, a lot of you fuckwits aren't. If you're sucking Franco's dick, I don't even want to have a conversation with you. You're not on the right in any sense. Franco was a socialist and a dictator. I will not break bread with socialists. I don't care how trad your morals are. Because I've seen that fascism is at best an inconstant opponent of communism. The only people who consistently die under fascist systems or even pseudo-fascist systems are normal people like you or I. They don't want communists dead. They ally with communists. Look at the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Come the cases, fascists and Nazis are perfectly willing to ally with communists. And they often empower communists either in their ascent or when they decline. Communists inherit their regimes. The only people that fascists consistently stand against are the average citizen. Okay, so I guess this would be our escape place, right? Yeah, front door. There's so Tyrell's office. All right. All right, cool. 26 ciphers! Are you kidding me? Well, at least there's more to the game, though. That's good. I haven't done any of these with 64 agents. So maybe I'll do like the complex or something. 64 agent plus. Perhaps I will.
Let's see. Bumcrack Jones. It's weird that Dave Mustaine managed to go from his debut in Duck Dodgers to a mildly successful metal career.
Challenges. What's the challenge? I'm going to try the challenges when I come back. I'll be right back.
After these messages, we'll be right back. Folks, you gotta see these before and after pictures of me. The Disciple of Rock. I was able to pick up used vinyls of Demons and Wizards 1 and Touched by the Crimson King. Wasn't cheap, but I'll never see those again. Overkill. The existence of Israel really does give the spazoid left and Groipier right something to hang their tinfoil hats on. Two ends of the same turd, of course. Hammer of Subtlety, Terran Reading Education Fund will get him above 3rd grade reading level yet. Yeah, thanks for the $5, cheapskate. Bumcrack Jones. Since USAID was canned, white people music topped charts again. Safe to say it was literally a Dem societal slush fund. Also, Terran is okay. Aw, thanks. Derek Smith. We got Richie Blackmore reforming Rainbow and jamming with Deep Purple again before we got Winds of Winter and GTA 6. Big K Movies and Game Set is a question. I'll wait for him to come back. John Horn, thank you for the 20. I rewatched Highlander for the first time in 20 years. Great movie with an even greater soundtrack. I know the sequels fudge up the lore, but are any of them still worth watching? I mean, I've seen Highlander 1 and 2. 2 was definitely different, but I don't remember hating it. I was really young, so probably I just didn't know better. 1 is amazing. 1 is... It's a classic. Mercenary X. I read that one already. That's a question. Hellion of Liberty. I would love a Baja Blast. I mean, I would like a Baja Blast. I'm gonna have to work on that. Whoa! Has Cicero had his pill tonight? Oh, he doesn't need to. Oh, that's good. Oh, you like that? Yes. Pets. Beautiful. Big pets. Yes. Mr. Dry Bones. That was a question, sorry. Hellion of Liberty, are you planning any Metal Mythos God? He said yeah earlier. He's been working on one for like a month. Can't quite read. Lord Sean, thank you for that GBP20. Oh, is that a British pound? Ooh. Bad teeth dollars. Yeah, I have to repeat it because they can't hear it. Yes, absolutely. Let me see, you got yourself a little something there. What'd you get me? Oh, Baja Blast. He has a Baja Blast. The henchman falls down the stairs, breaking his neck after slipping on the peel 007 left at the top of the stairs. 007 looks at the scene and says, I suppose he just couldn't appeal to reason. Orchestral crescendo.
Please write the next 007 movie, please. All right. Pulp. Pulp.
Jake Downey, I love Tick and Rothbard, but they say America has implemented many of Marx's ideas. Are we currently in a third positionist state? How can
They're
we
not
escape?
wrong about that. They're not wrong about that. We have implemented many of Marx's ideas, and a lot of it is because we didn't frisk down these ideas. I mean, JFK, what was the name of that book? JFK was obsessed with a book from the 1930s. It was right during the Red Decade. And it was later revealed that the writer was just a flat-out flag-waving Marxist. He pretended not to be at the time, I believe. But later on, it was revealed he was a Marxist. And JFK lapped this shit. And he loved it. And he ran on it. And he used it in his speeches. And he was, right? And then JFK died, and a gentleman by the name of LBJ took over for him. You may have heard of him. And he finally implemented those policies. And the name of those policies, the Great Society. So yes, we have implemented many Marxian policies into our country, unfortunately. What are we doing here? Oh, so this is... Yeah! Oh, I see. It's bot matches. Sweet!
White Monkey, would you want to learn a new language?
Yes, very much. I'm trying to learn German right now. I got a beautiful German Book of Concord from someone who knows who they are. Freaking shout out. And I have a Martin Luther German language Bible. And these are exact facsimiles. So they're the actual pages. Literally copied from the original It's freaking 17th century text. And I would love to read it. Plus, I'd really want to visit some of the land of my people.
Sure you're not learning German for other reasons?
No comment.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
Big K movies.
I mean,
and
if I
games.
really wanted to go to Germany, I'd be learning Farsi, I think.
Do either of you have a Rushmore of Bond games?
We might play one of them a little bit later. If we run out of game here. Although this game's actually holding up all right. We're still rocking and rolling here. I have a feeling that playthrough that you saw on YouTube was with all the levels already unlocked.
Yeah.
They pad this game out by forcing you to unlock the levels. Yes! Fragged! It said fragged! You have any idea how much I miss the word fragged in gaming vernacular?
Monster kill.
Yep.
Here we go.
Bam!
Mr. Drybones TV, Razor, are you going to do the Donkey Kong challenge and get the deck of limited edition Donkey Kong cards?
You mean on Switch? The thing where you play... I've already gone through several of those games. For those who don't know what he's talking about, I think on the Nintendo Online or whatever, if you play set Donkey Kong games, you unlock whatever cards, I guess. I was just going to play it because it's Donkey Kong. But yes, I've already played like 3 or 4 of them. I love them. Whoa! You what, mate? Oh, what? Are they shooting at me? They're cooperating!
Ghost Wolf. More of these ghosts popping up in our chat. Thank you for the 20.
Ghost of the Wolfland.
Requesting additional prayers for my chat last week for my grandfather. A 102-year-old USAAC P-40 pilot.
Godspeed to him.
He followed his 100-year-old spouse home after 80 years of marriage Tuesday. I missed their joint funeral today due to work. They wouldn't let you call out?
You're kidding me,
That's
man.
fucked. What?
Yeah, that is messed up. But Godspeed to him. Prayers up, everyone. That's... First, they go to their reward. My goodness.
Norm Al, man. Don't forget the equally stale, uninspired Pope defense of the music was good and it looks pretty.
Have you seen the recent trend on X of, hey, here's video footage of a terrible Battlefield game from 10 years ago that still looks good? It's like, yeah, it was only 10 years ago. What's wrong with you? Shut up. You know what? I'm just gonna stick with this Tommy gun. This is a friggin'...
It's a Tommy gun.
It's
Why
a
wouldn't
mass
you?
murder. This is the friggin' St. Valentine's Day Massacre now. I don't give a crap.
Snacks. And now, Agent Gold Bond.
Yeah.
Let me introduce you to our gadget. Oh, I read that one.
Yes, you did.
I read that. Okay.
All right. Whoop. Woo!
Yeah, that Duke Nukem Forever chat somebody made a while back.
Okay.
Reminds me, we still need to play the DLC for that.
What DLC was that?
The what the fuck was it called? The Dr. Proton something or other.
Well, if you can't remember, then I'm sold.
The Doctor Who cloned me.
Ah, yes.
Doggo. Time to feed the doggo. No?
Alright.
And
Okay, here we go.
who is next? That fuck Cicero.
Taryn,
What?
split screen co-op on this.
That's cool.
Split screen co-op. Okay, not enough ciphers.
You and your damn ciphers.
I know. Let's try the penta. Dear level 1.
John Wayne skipped my 20 from roughly 30 minutes ago. I'm fucking getting to it. God. And I'm getting sleepy. Don't bite my head off for simply reminding me we all have crosses to bear, and yours is reading super chats in a time and a manner. Yeah, you say all that instead of repeating your fucking question.
I can't destroy the N6. Wow, this is realistic. The N64 is kind of unkillable.
Corn. Johnny be good.
Oh.
John Wayne, thank you for the 20. Shandice Orlean told us after an ad break that she had a dream of her father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate that told her that time-traveling Vikings and interdimensional Cardassians were the ones responsible.
I think she's on to something there. Oh, no, sorry. I said that wrong. I think she's on something.
Oh, yeah. See, red
All right, here we go. Now, do I have my pew-pew? I have my pew-pew. Boom. Whoa! I do like that the objectives and the levels actually change, so even though we're replaying some of these to get more ciphers to unlock stuff, the levels are not the same. Alright.
Kill Moonlight. Fire Emblem.
The Wiper!
The Viper.
Ah! Oh my goodness! I did not see him there. What the? I'm gonna die. Ain't got no body armor.
Oh, here we go. Atari Nobunaga. Hello, Patrician Razor Fist and Plebeian Terran.
Hello, with an extended pinky.
Happy Friday, gents. I somehow managed to witness a woman moment on fucking internet relay chat. It was hysterical, and the moderator ended up kicking her. Did I read this one? Thargo's thoughts on Nolan's Odyssey?
Haven't watched it, don't intend to. I don't like Nolan movies. Just don't like the style of movie that he makes. Just long and ponderous, and I I hope some guy will at some point be centered in the middle of the frame with lots of negative space in the margins as the camera slowly pans out. I hope. I hope.
Filipino white boy. My point with the DS9 question is Senator Vreenak was killed supposedly by the Dominion, but his last stop was DS9.
Yeah.
How come nobody got suspicious that he was killed near a Federation station?
They did. Cisco had people killed and covered it up, I'm sure. And he can live with it. I know I can live with it. Karen, can you live with it? Yeah. Yeah.
Filipino white boy. Thank you again for that 10. Aquatarius. Flock is constantly recording and can be used to track just about anyone in the country. Big Brother is watching levels. It's a blatant constitutional infringement. God bless you both and much love.
So are photo radar cameras. I'm hoping there's enough pushback on these Flock cameras that we can get rid of them photo radar cameras. Because those were bullshit. And they're the whole reason we have these.
John Wayne, Taryn, don't ever stop being cantankerous. Don't let us down, buddy.
That means you're cranky.
Shut up, I know what it means. Egypt. Valen Star and another company, Axon, building a system to turn all existing cameras pre-Flock into Flock-like cameras, including phones potentially. Globalist.
So basically, turning us into Great Britain. I don't know if you've seen some of the statistics on CCTV cameras in Great Britain, particularly in London. They outnumber people by like 100 to 1. What? Why did you not?
Globalist billionaires are pushing CCP-level surveillance on the U.S. Flock cameras also have RAM in them, apparently. Really?
Well, at least someone can afford RAM these days. That's nice.
Bumcrack Jones, if you see a Flock camera, do not use a 5-inch cordless angle grinder with a 1/8-inch pipe fitter disc at a spin rate of 5,000 RPM to cut it down. Do not do that.
Do not do that exact thing and then quickly flee the area.
While wearing a balaclava and gloves.
And whatever you do, don't call in a fake fire call across town so nobody shows up and catches you.
Ultros is Andrew Wilson becoming the new star of the right?
I mean, he's doing what he's always done. I think Andrew Wilson defaulted to the position of debating Candace Owens because she refused to agree to a debate with anyone else.
Oh yes, absolutely. Do not bring your cell phone either. That shit will get tagged immediately.
No, definitely bring your cell phone, you mean. Because you would hate for yourself to not have an alibi. Right?
Do not tape your smartphone to
the crime you're not going to commit.
To the underside of a bus seat.
I'd say to turn your phone off, but we know that Google still tracks your phone even after you turn it off.
You have to remove the battery for that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, what? Snacks. Of course, Agent LGBTQ's gadgets sometimes fail. But only 41% of the time.
Ah, yes. Yes. 41% of the time it fails. Every time.
Arcoa, thank you for the 20. I understand the problem with police body cams, but would you agree it greatly benefits the society at large to prove or disprove claims of police brutality?
I don't think it actually does. I don't see a reduction in the fractious relationship between the public and the police since the introduction of body cams. Do you? George Floyd riots happened after body cams. I think, if anything, it's exacerbated the problem. We have a chronic exacerbation problem.
See, the problem is, no matter what visual you get, you could see a black man charging you with a knife and justifiably shooting him, and it would not matter.
It becomes a Schrodinger's shooting situation. Absolutely. I do not believe it diffuses the problem at all. And worse still, if they are able to attach a police brutality narrative to it, now you have footage to play all the time over. And that's what created the George Floyd riots. People watched that footage until they were seeing, until it became exactly what it was described as, right? And until you wound up with people like Mike Cernovich going, murder this guy, string him up. I remember your fucking tweets on that day, Mike Cernovich. You may have deleted them all, but fuck you, dude. We remember. String that guy up and shit. He was saying literally shoot him right now. And he wasn't alone. There were a lot of people on the right who were saying that about Chauvin. And this is what I mean. I don't think it solves that problem. I really don't. It is unlawful surveillance of citizens without securing our consent. So it should be body cams should be thrown out on that basis alone. And when seized on, when seized on by the shitbags in media, it can just be it can be put on repeat. Just sort of abrade social problems that are pre-existent.
Thing is, doesn't matter what visual the body cam provides.
Yep. People,
you give the right fuel to say, "Oh, look, it was justified," but the left says, "Oh, look, a black person died." That's all they care about.
Exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. And once they attach their narratives to it, it then just goes on repeat, and it enhances those narratives until they explode into riots. Which we've had so many riots since the introduction of body cams. I don't know how anybody with a straight face can say, oh yeah, police body cams are definitely mollifying this problem. Really? What reality are you living in? Wish I could zip around corners. I got one.
Alexander Ferris, Tone Iommi, World Alone. I listened to it 50 times.
Sweet. It's pretty boss. Did you guys catch in that music video the Blade Runner sound effect in the background? I caught it immediately.
Generalissimo Liberty, thank you for getting me into Accept and Other.
Nice.
Elf Finder General. How will this bear spray help Karen under the Queensboro Bridge?
It'll keep the biker bears away. Unless he wants them. Boom! Right,
Armand, thank you for that 10. Great. No, I read that. Kimi no Uni. Any advice when having a discussion and defend the prequel trilogy? Any list of bullet points to hit on? RLM's BS, the people versus George Lucas, etc.
Oh man. I mean, that... I don't even know if you need to point that stuff out. Most of the criticisms of the prequels are criticisms that could be applied to the original trilogy. The weird stilted dialogue, the, at times, offbeat performances, the dated effects, they're just dated in a different way. The random discussions of political intrigue that aren't immediately important. There's a lot of that in A New Hope. I think people forgot about that. There's that whole roundtable discussion about the Senate randomly and A New Hope and stuff. Dude, it's George Lucas writing in all these movies. The original trilogy have a lot of these same flaws. It doesn't matter. It's Star Wars. It's fun. Who cares? These are pulp movies. They're Flash Gordon with a little dash of samurai movie. It's not that serious. RLM were judging Star Wars, the Star Wars prequels like freaking cinema. You know what I mean? And they're not that. They're popcorn movies. They're just... And the prequel films work on that level.
Interesting take. Body cams are for making conservatives more hardcore, not for swaying leftists.
Not for what?
Not for swaying leftists.
Whoa!
Good morning, Radio Retro Future.
Whoa!
Havoc. By the way, asking for prayers for some post-infection lung inflammation.
Oh, man.
Been hacking and having some trouble sleeping for a solid week almost. Miserable time.
Ugh, I'm sorry. I've had that before.
I had a bout of bronchitis that lasted for like 2-3 months straight.
Why didn't you go get freaking antibiotics, bro? You could have taken care of that in a freaking weekend.
I just thought it was a bad cough. I got a bunch of lozenges. Alright. Sort of work. Tucker O'Donnell, guys, friendly PSA. Please wait for the guidance on what happens next with SBRs and SBS and suppressors. I don't want to see the Razor Force in prison. Also, read the ruling for the love of God.
Well, it won't matter in Arizona because we already have access to all that stuff. Whoa.
Mercenary X, all flock cameras are private owned in run of fourth.
No.
Michael McLeod, thank you for the 20. Why is Candace so hell-bent on proving Tyler's innocence? It's not like she's ever getting an interview from him.
Ooh. Well, she's not interested in Tyler Robinson's innocence. That's the thing that gives her whole thing away, honestly. I've pointed this out before. She hardly ever mentions Tyler Robinson. She just talks about Erica Kirk from Dawn. It's not about proving Tyler Robinson's. Which is, it's how you know she doesn't actually believe he's innocent, right? When I got red-pilled on Michael Jackson, I couldn't shut up about Michael Jackson. I delved deep into the allegations. I poured over court transcripts. You know what I mean? I went over freaking autopsy photos and all kinds of stuff. I went over the FBI files with a fine-tooth comb to work on my videos and what have you. I couldn't shut up about Michael Jackson. She does the opposite. She has her alternate suspect, and that's the person she's always talking about. She gives the whole game away. Jeez! Got one.
Next, did you know you can break flock cameras by walking in front of them dressed as Epstein? The camera just shuts off for some reason.
Really?
Brother Cormac, if you were given a chance to redo Assassin's Creed after the first game, how would you do the sequels?
Man. I would redo the first game first, and I would cut out the Animus. That'd be the first thing. And then you could jump around to different historic time periods. But all you would be doing is just following the story of the assassins throughout history, and just the Animus goes away. The stupid sci-fi element linking them all goes away. Now we're just following the ongoing saga of assassins and whatever. I probably would drastically de-emphasize the Templars versus the Assassins silliness that took entirely too long to resolve. I probably would let that go, and then each and every individual game would have its own individual antagonist that you're assassinating, right? Which would give you an opportunity to be more creative with the assassinations, which has been one of the big gosh, dang, dude. It would give you an opportunity to be much more creative with the assassinations because you're not shackled to all that. There he is.
Mercenary X, one of the Razor Force tried to get me in an invite into Deadlock for Valve's new game. Turns out Valve already invited me. It's fun, you should try. Black Metal Gamer, Minnesota and Wisconsin are just South Canada.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. There's another guy back here.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Okay, got him. Gee. Got him! I'm not dead, guys. I don't know how I did it, but I'm not dead. I'm not dead! Right in the bag of names. Back into the lift. Back into the lift. Okay, we just need to get to the service elevator. I think I'm close. No, you whore! Right in the nads. Right in the nads. Any other takers?
Fat cat.
Whoa! That was not cool. Is there a floor that the elevators are not locked on, please?
Chucky, oh Bucky. Hitting 40.
Oh, guess coming.
Clear sky.
And I'm coming. I like red meat. I got blood in my veins.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of retarded.
I'm kind of retarded. They are conducting communication experiments with transdimensional elves.
How did that wind up sounding less crazy than what Owen Schroyer is today?
What the fuck happened to him?
He turned into Candace Owen Schroyer. I don't know.
My God, that's so good. Jesus! Oh no.
I was so close! You son of a bitch! Alright, fine. We'll just do Secret Agent. Dildos! Or Special Agent, whatever. Learning Disabled Agent.
Let's see, Mia. Lagarticus, thank you for the 20. Ah, so this is Geriatric Goldeneye.
Yes.
Shall we call it Golden Years? Who's the Bond girl? B. Arthur?
Yeah.
Is the health item a tall, frosty glass of Metamucil?
Oh. Yes, you really ran with that premise.
Agent 1007 years old.
All right. Agent 401k. All right, there you go.
Mercenary X. Thank you for the combined 6. You know that video of all those women around that governor who signed that abortion bill?
Oh, yeah.
Up to till birth?
Yeah.
One of the women in that video was pregnant 7 or 8 months. Was.
Oh, that's attractive. So, like, basically someone filmed a murder? It's essentially a snuff film now? Apparently everyone has reproductive rights except for the kid who eventually would have reached sexual maturity if allowed to live. Everyone's got rights except for the kid. There we go.
Best way killer. 007 weeks to retirement.
All right. Where is Ledor? Ledor. Yeah, this is all right. Okay. Yes, it is up here somewhere. It is not up here. What the fuck? Okay, I guess
Mercenary X again. The goddamn ink on the paper was not even dry when that bitch went to get her kid killed. I pray I'm wrong, but prayers for that poor baby either way. And how does a woman look you in the eye and defend that? Not because
they
there
don't
was
bother.
any birth defects, not because of rape.
Just inconvenience.
Just inconvenience. I changed my mind 8 months in.
I mean, there's lots of inconvenient people on the highway in front of me in a shitty rice burner car. Does that mean I just get to off them, or...
Zach Lime. Evening, gents. Starting with an easy question tonight. Can you explain Luther's view of predestination versus Calvin?
Oh, yeah. So it's just the difference between single predestination and double predestination. Single predestination would take the verse from the epistles, or several verses and passages from the epistles. You know, if we are preordained, therefore we are predestined, therefore we are justified, right? So it would take the doctrine that we are predestined to salvation. But whereas Calvin would then go one step further and say, therefore, there are certain people who are chosen by God to be saved and to go to heaven, therefore. And that means that there are some people who are chosen to be damned. So they were not chosen. And Luther's big issue with this, I mean, it's manifold, is there, of course, it's a famous book in the Bible, the Lord does not delight in wickedness and evil. This would turn the Lord into someone who is not only delighting in wickedness, but he would actually be engineering wickedness in that instance. So he would take an issue with that. And there's numerous passages in the Bible that would emphasize that it's our choice to turn away from our faith, not the Lord's. The Bible also says the Lord would have that all come to him, right? So this would appear to contradict double predestination. Again, in theory, it logically follows that if certain people are predestined to be chosen, then some people must be predestined to be damned, but there's lots of things that would logically follow in the Bible that aren't. It logically follows that a dude who's dead wouldn't raise from the grave 3 days later. That's, we don't use our human logic to interpret plain passages of Scripture. We just believe what they say. Ooh.
Bumcrack Jones. So Calvin's view is the same as Muslims?
Is it? I don't know.
The Unpleasant Blind Guy. 007. A View to a Catheter.
Yeah. And actually, from what I understand, someone could correct me if I'm wrong, Calvin didn't completely hold with the modern sort of interpretation of his view, the full-on double predestination. It was a slightly more nuanced perspective than that, if I remember correctly. He actually was a little closer to single predestination than people who today would call themselves Calvinists, I believe. Whoa. Yikes.
Crossfire.
Dude, I love that they have the little breath sound when you get shot while wearing the body armor even. Good GoldenEye.
Crossfire, thank you for the combined 10. This game popped up on my Steam feed randomly last week. Plan on getting it, especially after watching the stream. Game looks so damn fun.
It is so much fun. And I'm getting my ass kicked.
I pulled the trigger and backed the game Sanctuary Shattered Sun on Kickstarter.
They just shot me through a pillar. Okay. Jeez.
Game looks amazing. Less than a week left to get in on this. Highly recommend. Sanctuary Shattered Sun. And not her. But I would look it up because I can. I said I'm going to look it up because.
Don't tell me how to play.
Okay. Oh yeah, I think you talked about this before. It looks like StarCraft. Very much RTS.
Hmm.
Oh, looks neat. Not too big into RTSs these days.
Why?
I just haven't found a really good one.
This. It's a weapon. It's really powerful, especially against living things.
As opposed to, you know, like a brick or something.
Damn it. Where are all these people coming from? Oh, Guatemala. There's actually a Mexican vagina just off screen.
Buddy,
Just pouring out of there.
Buddy the Rabbit. Nah, Islamic Qadar is fatalistic. Modern Calvinism is far more concerned with the idea of what the unregenerate will invoke in the nature of the unbeliever. The issue is definitions of free will.
Yes. And of course, one of Luther's books, really the only one he said was worthy of being preserved. True story. Luther said his favorite work of his own was The Bondage of the Will, one of his most famous books. It was all about this, and he was debating Erasmus at the time. Whoa! Game gets hard.
Havoc. I hold the classical church's father's free will view.
Here we are.
Mr. Phaedrus, thank you for the 20. Isn't logic the part of the divine we've been gifted with? Or is it that we have that spark, but are created from misinterprets divine reason?
It's the imposition of our logic upon the scripture. When the word plainly says something, there's a reason the book of John begins with, and in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was God. We are impelled to read the words plainly because they are what make everything from the sacrament to our salvation efficacious. They are what make baptism salvific. It's the word added to the water. Water's just a bath. It's the word and the promise attached to it that allows us to receive. Again, there's a directionality to it. It's kind of like, I'm actually going to talk about this in upcoming videos. I've already recorded a couple of them, but it's a kind of the relationship of pitcher to catcher. We're just catching the salvation. It's the work of God because it's his word. His word is a means. And of course, there's an emphasis in certainly Lutheran theology that the Lord works through means. And he's able to gift us our faith through what? The means of the word. Because we read the word, we can therefore lay hold on our faith. Again, kind of a pitcher versus catcher relationship. Oh my goodness! Oh. Speaking of which, suck it, Dodgers!
And I
had to say it.
I misspoke about but our created form misinterprets divine.
Whoa, I almost killed those guys. Oh, thanks. You're here in the nick of time. Thanks, guys.
Mercenary
Can
X.
I get some body armor in here, please? Please?
One of the best parts of Deadlock is finding little things, like one of the character's weapons is called a 5120, a reference to Jeremiah 5120.
Nice. Which I'm actually in the book of Jeremiah right now. Ugh. Out of my way! Are you kidding me? Are you... Out of my way! Thank you. Literally had to karate chop him to get him out of my way. Alright. What? Thank you! Thank you, Alex. I agree.
Best way to kill it. My only understanding of Calvinism is that Ray from Trailer Park Boys claims to be a Calvinist, and the guy in the chair would never lie.
Oh!
Mr. Phaedrus, I can't wait to watch your vids on the word for sure. I'm sure this is childlike, but
Where was I shot from? Oh my gosh, this is brutal.
But how do we know the word we read has been translated accordingly?
Oh man, there's a lot of good videos to talk about this, but one of the things that they found over, this is why the finding of the Dead Sea Scrolls was such a big deal. There was an argument for a long time. Oh, people messed with the words. They messed with the, that's what happened. There was a vast conspiracy of Templar. You'll hear this from retards like Candace Owens and whatnot sometimes, those kind of people. Oh, there was a manipulation of the words at some time. There were zealous monks who got together and conspired to change all the words of Scripture. Of course, the problem is that the timetable, right? It was supposed to have happened so late. They would have had to go back, because keep in mind, the epistles, some of them were written in multiple languages and whatnot. They were written in Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic, and all kinds of different stuff. So if they wanted to change that, they would have actually had to gallivant all over the Roman Empire, including into areas where they were being actively persecuted and murdered. They would have to go find those manuscripts. There were hundreds of them already, and change them. They would have to use the exact same handwriting, make sure that they didn't give it away, that they had edited them, and then, put them right back. And right, freaking Bodhi Baucham did a great video, basically a rant in a sermon once at Promise Keepers. My dad attended that year, actually. I think it was 96. And he delivered this huge, soaring speech about, here's what it would have required for people to have messed with the Bible. And by the end of that, it was like, again, we were able to take from the Dead Sea Scrolls the fact that actually it hadn't been messed with. There are minor variations in manuscripts. There'll be like a passage missing here or there. There'll be certain sentences missing. But for the most part, they all agree with each other. So this is kind of a, it's not kind of, it is a false, this idea that the words were messed with. And not only that, but we have the two major sort of manuscripts. We have the critical text, which is the more modern one, and we have the received text, the Textus Receptus. And the modern critical text has its issues, but it is based off of a wider array of manuscripts, and so they were able to take some of the missing passages and stuff and put them back in. So the current version that we have of the Bible is actually the exact opposite. It's actually gotten closer to what the historic Bible of both the Jews and the early church would have been. The early Textus Receptus would have been the basis for example, the King James Bible. What the balls? My goodness. Okay, now we're cooking with propane. I wonder. Can I? Yeah, I can! Yes!
Just in the north.
Aww.
Did you hear? The company that made the Yasuke simulator is making an Odyssey simulator.
Really?
Check it out on Steam.
Uh-oh.
That's funny.
Uh-oh.
Ice Physics Gaming, I know you like the KJV, but it's a little on the less accurate side.
It is. Like I said, it's based on the Textus Receptus, which is, it lacks certainty. Absolutely. But this is why I use the KJV Study Bible, because it includes a margin there where some of the omitted passages and the truer to the original text translations are listed there. So they'll include a note and whatever. So you get best of both. KJV has the soaring prose, but then with the study version, you get all the alternate translations. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Like the New Living Translation, for example, which I hate the prose of, is more accurate. It is a more accurate text because it is based on the critical text. Jeez! Ducking and weaving like Muhammad Ali. What is going on? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Got it!
There you go.
There we go. There we go. We got some more Cypher. We're cooking with propane.
Murdoch, thank you for the combined 10. The Lost Cause comes from the 1866 pro-Confederate book, The Lost Cause, which argues that this Confederacy died because it was too adherent to states' rights. The book also acknowledges that slavery led to the war, but urges Southerners to not emphasize this, and to emphasize states' rights. Otherwise, they run the risk of being remembered.
That is not the first mention of Lost Cause, actually. That would have been from Stevens in his first post-war speech. And the reason why that would be relevant is that Abraham Lincoln was best buds with Stevens. So the most prominent quote-unquote lost causer and the guy who generated the whole concept would have been not only very familiar with the North and an advocate of Hamiltonianism, but a best bud of Abraham Lincoln's. They went to school together, if I remember correctly. They were political allies, certainly. Mountain! Get over here. Throw a whip and cash it.
Where are we? Silent Hill?
I know, I was gonna say. Well, I'm alone here now.
Waiting for you with my Glock.
Whoa!
Hail Chief Flipping Bird and a gent Gel.
What?
Or Agent Gel.
Agent Gel. A gent.
Well, that's what he typed. He typed a space gent. I guess.
And a gent Gel, yeah.
Terran. Noodles at LWC. Louder Crowder does their silly sound effects. If Razor created his own show, A Fistful with Razor, could you do the same effect? I don't know what kind of sound effects. I could just have like a soundboard. Well,
Terran doesn't really handle the streaming, is the thing.
I'm over here with a fucking list in front of me. Now, if I had the stream hooked up to the laptop...
Yeah, we don't stream from his setup. We stream from mine.
Let's see.
Rat in a dome!
At Mega. Fun fact, Dodge operates a real farm to test their trucks in real-world situations. For more information, Google Ram Ranch.
I mean, that's awful. You should not look that up, please. No.
Mr. Phaedrus, not to bring everything to the Bible as you rocket launcher choppers to death. But this is a more personal ask.
Mm-hmm.
What do you believe heaven deeply is like?
I do not know. I believe how it's described in the Bible. The unending hymn, praise of the Lord, and the completion of our salvation. We are told we will be made perfect in heaven. All the imperfections of flesh and character will be purged away. Believe that because I've been told that. But I don't presume anything beyond that. I don't know about clouds and a great big White Castle in the sky. I don't know about that. Especially because White Castle's burgers are terrible. There we go.
Cicero's staring me down.
What? What? Oh. Big Goof. We want Big Goof.
He knows he ain't getting nothing from me because he was fed right before the stream.
Oh, he was
He
fed
ain't getting
early.
nothing from me.
Maybe it's just habit. He's expecting food at this
No,
time.
he's just greedy is what it is.
Well, that too.
He's a great big furry stomach. That's what it is.
Yes. That occasionally farts, but constantly asks for pets.
Mm-hmm.
You're a good boy.
Oh!
I choose Taco Bell over White Castle, and that's saying something.
Even modern, like, tainted lettuce Taco Bell, or?
That was very... God, if I were Taco Bell, I'd be pissed.
Yeah.
They fucking... What? What? Now he's talking over here.
He knows we're talking about a relative.
Oh. If I were fucking Taco Bell, I'd be pissed. They'd fucking news slandering and say, "Oh, it's Taco Bell lettuce causing." You know how many sales they probably lost from that?
Oh yeah. Okay. Here we go.
They might be able to sue for that.
Who broke the news originally?
I think it started on X and then people just started reporting it. Holy shit, that's a lot of people.
That was retarded. All right. James Goldbond, penis shooter. Thank you. Need that body armor. Nope, that doesn't count. We needs to find this ammo.
Bayes veto? What did you mean by identitarian? Does that mean France shouldn't be for the French?
Identitarian usually means us versus them, often ethnic politics. All right, here we go. And it's become increasingly popular on the right, and I completely and unequivocally oppose it. No, this is where the first ammo was. Yes, it is. All right. Not in there. Not in here. Nope. Not in here. So maybe in these caves here.
Damn, nice shot.
Whoa!
Jack the Outcast. Gotta go to a wake for a co-worker who suddenly died last week. Can I get a Godspeed for him?
Godspeed.
Conan the Brobarian. Show me a true Frenchman alive today.
That's true. All the Frenchmen I know are named Abdul. Sweet! Obtain guard disguise. Now, where would that be? If I were a disguise, where would I be? Knocking on the door of a Minnesota senator, I think.
Mr. Phaedrus, I'm 100% with Metakur. I am an American brutalist. F any commie or commie-leaning philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna crank my AC.
Whoa! Jeez, jump scare. Love that. Need my disguise. Ooh.
Storm and Norman. Now, Germany, you don't get to be a country anymore on account of you always go to war with the world.
With the world.
What do you think you are? Mars or some shit?
Oh.
James Gunn's sloppy seconds. Movie Bob says that Star Trek The Next Generation never ended in the post 9/11 world. It became shows like CSI and NCIS. What a wizened elder statesman of media he is. Nobody is more conceited.
Oh my gosh, what a retard. Read that again. I want to appreciate that stupidity, please.
Movie Bob says that Star Trek The Next Generation never ended in the post 9/11 world. It became shows like CSI and NCIS.
Pretentious faggot.
What a wizened elder statesman of media he is. Yes.
Pillsbury Mo boy. All right.
Are you gonna check Streamlabs? Bitch, I'm reading Streamlabs right now. You're actually next. Shut up.
They say it takes a big man to admit when he's wrong, so what the fuck is Movie Bob's excuse?
Why are they just hanging out here?
Wouldn't you be?
With guns.
They're touching pee-pee. It's a locker room, Karen. There's my disguise. Transmorphers! Okay. Gotta get to the main lift. Bro, do you even main lift? Whoa. I've been shot so much, I'm literally stepping back from my computer monitor every time.
Ian Carroll's Have you played the Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter game?
No, I haven't. No, I really haven't. What was the I played Ghost Recon.
There was
what was the second newest one? The one down in South America?
Wildlands, or the one with
That was it. That was it.
the Punisher as the bad guy. The
Who?
fucking newer one.
No,
John
it was the
Barenthal.
second newest one. And it was all right. I was kind of shocked by how dated the graphics were.
Have babies with a goblin.
Ooh.
Both are backwards compatible for on Xbox One. Also, Star Trek Elite Force 1 and 2 win.
Yeah, we need to do that. Let's do it next week.
Eee.
I have both. I think I've got them on God. I believe. Yeah, I guess I just have to go back down here. All right.
Ugly ass fucking dogs. That came out of fucking nowhere.
What?
What dogs? What are we talking about? Gallipoli comes out next week.
Yes. Oh man, I gotta play that.
Yeah, Elite Force is on God. He literally just said that. Ben Shapiro's phone book seat. Hi, Ben Shapiro here. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that a Jew called a newspaper and said, "Stop saying bad things about Jews, or I'll stop borrowing your paper from the neighbor."
No shooty. No shooty! No shooty! No shooty! No shooty! I'm a good boy. Didn't do nothing.
See, even
Where'd I
though,
get shot from?
even though you're in their uniform, they know you're the bad guy because you're the only one that's old.
And all. It's true. It's true. How do you do, fellow goons? All right. Let me on the lift. Let me on the lift.
Are you sure it's just a lift? Are you sure it's not a funicular? Nope, that's
It's
a lift.
not a funicular. Go to hell. Dancing.
You know what? When January rolls around for 2027, we have to play Human Revolution. I think we do.
Yeah.
Because that game takes place in the far futuristic year of 2027.
Oh gosh, I was watching Escape from LA. What's the year that flashes on screen? 2013.
Oh my god.
I love those movies. Of course, it was intentional, right? Because the first movie took place in 1998, and they literally flashed 1998 at the beginning of the movie. So, John Carpenter knew what he was doing. It's alternate history.
If they
like history tubers.
If they ever make another Escape from movie, and they show like anything of New York, they have to acknowledge that the two towers are still there.
Yeah.
Because no one's gonna fucking suicide bomb a fucking prison. And Taryn is right. You're damn toot. You're right. Yes, I am. What am I right about this time? I wasn't paying attention to me. Larry Burns. When I was little, my parents hated me. My bath toys were a toaster and a radio.
Yes.
Boy, my wife is fat. Before we have sex, I have to slap her thigh and ride the wave in.
Favorite bit of lore about Rodney Dangerfield is like he didn't break it big till he was like almost 60.
Yeah, yeah.
He was old as shit, dude. So he was bitter. He was bitter about it because he had been slogging it out in stand-up comedy places for years and couldn't get a break. All right. That's probably why his act was so good, though. Oh! Right in the throat.
Let's see, meow.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
S Serpent 21. Wisconsinite here. We're home to great food like Sprecher soda.
That is true.
Deep fried cheese curds.
That is true.
Fish fries and Orson Welles. I like to think of us as Texas with 5 months of snow.
Well, it's nice that you think of yourself that way. No one else does.
Wisconsin. That's somewhere in the middle, right?
Yeah, Middle East.
Ah.
You all die! They just came right out of the stalls, didn't they? They did. That's where these guys came from. I was wondering. I thought they came out of like the hallway or something. No, they came right out of the dumper. All right, well.
Bad guy closet.
Yes. Oh.
No one lives in Wyoming. Shoot the glass.
Okay. I'm good. I'm alive.
Chris to the J. Calvin would point to God's sovereignty in all things.
Right.
If an empathetic Egyptian copied the Israelites, or an Israelite disobeyed, they would be saved or killed at spirit passing.
Get out of here, Mr. Science Man.
J.W. Lancaster. Thoughts on Resident Evil 0?
Haven't played it extensively. I played a little bit. I never did beat it. But I liked it. I just didn't like some of the game mechanics. They were a little clunky for the time. I'm glad that they're going to be remaking it, though. That is a game that needs a remake. Whereas Resident Evil 4 was just a cash grab. Honestly. Oop.
And yes, I heard that too. Apparently, it's the next remake after Code Verona.
Mm-hmm. Yep. What? Is this like this game's Dr. Doke? Apparently. I'll take it.
Bum Crack Jones, Texas is run by liars and cowards.
Is that it?
Yes. That was literally it.
There you are.
That is a statement, not a question.
Oh dear. I had to defend him while he opened a door.
Jeg's Dino God. No eyes glued to iron sights. Not hit indicator. No hit indicator, I think is what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone machine gunning like an 80s movie. No blood on the screen, etc. Damn, games used to be fun.
It did, dude. You could just make a brand new 007 game in this style, and I would buy it.
There's no shortage of people who wouldn't buy a game like this.
Right?
If it had actual 007 on it,
yes,
people would buy it.
In a heartbeat.
Think of all the properties they didn't make games for. They could just go through them and pick any one and make a game like this.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons people were so disappointed by Rogue Agent. Remember that?
Yeah.
It was like, finally, another 007 shooter, and it's GoldenEye. Okay. And then it was GoldenEye Rogue Agent, and it was a total turd.
They could make a View to a Kill like this.
Yes.
They could make one your favorite, the one with the volcano base.
That's not my favorite, but yes. You only live twice.
Yes.
You only live weeaboo surgery.
He got Japanese surgery to look Japanese.
He got Japanese surgery, and all it did was turn him into Mr. Spock. Oh, forgiveness, please. Oh. I have a sudden desire for creepy porn. Oh.
Would you like some sake, Cap?
I am Agent Uwu.
All right.
Let's see if we got any
I'd
biddies
like my
to read
sake
out.
shaken, not scared.
Okay, this guy.
Jovan, thank you for all the biddies. Candy Kong is officially done. I'm calling it now. Openly admitting her assertions that Erica Kirk and the Israeli government and military conspired to kill Charlie was based on no actual evidence whatsoever will nuke all 2% of her remaining credibility. Only ones who follow her now are those too stupid or dishonest to be of any use to anyone at all.
I mean, that was already the case. So nothing changed then. Nothing.
Yeah!
He continues, I would have thought that Bannonite contingent would have been thoroughly discredited after the revelations that Bannon was an Epstein stan.
Yeah, you would think that. But what happened is those people just stopped talking about Steve Bannon. They kept associating with him. They probably still are in communication with him. In fact, they're almost certainly still in communication. Because every time Bannon forwards a talking point, they all parrot it 5 minutes later. So it's obvious they're still in communication. They just stopped broaching the subject of Steve Bannon because he looked so terrible in the Epstein email. And his explanation for it was horrendous.
I was working on a documentary.
What? That's like right up there with OJ trying to find the real killer. You know what I mean? Now watch this drive. Whoa! I need to get him to the panic room. Here's the panic room. There it is.
Mr. Phaedrus,
Get in there with your fruity Hawaiian shirt.
after GoldenEye and Perfect Dark, the ravings of Halo fell flat and lame. Even Time Splitters was superior.
There were still a fair few good 007 games after that, though. Nightfire and The World Is Not Enough, which I love.
Enigma, thoughts on body cam style games?
Oh, I haven't played them. I've seen some footage of them. Kind of an interesting idea.
The only one I've really seen is the multiplayer one, which looks like it plays great. But I'm not just gonna get a game for like multiplayer.
Plus, who wants to pause between matches for race riots? Who wants that?
Ha ha ha. Time Splitters was the true GoldenEye and Perfect Dark successor. Oh, a reminder, because it was brought up, somebody is making an effort to remake the entirety of Time Splitters. You can go play it right now. It's called Time Splitters Rewind. They've got most of the first game done.
Enable automatic defenses. How? They're like downstairs. How do I get downstairs? I'm missing something.
Javan, if blue states like Minnesota are soft seceding, essentially an open rebellion,
Essentially, yeah.
sans a formal written declaration of such,
Yeah.
how should we proceed? Should we attempt negotiation, as with the New England secessionists, or use the precedent set by Lincoln to simply march in and crush them? You know where my vote goes.
Right. At this point, what'll happen is there'll be like an issue that we will come to loggerheads of. I would expect some kind of reenactment. Okay, let's do a hypothetical. There's another race riot. I know this is unprecedented, but you'll have to stretch your brain box to really process it. There are more race riots. Maybe because of the body cams that retards think are going to prevent race riots, for example. And one of the blue states refuses to call in the National Guard. In short, they try to do to Trump what they did in 2020 to hurt him and the Republican Party. This time Trump goes, not so much. Go fuck yourself. Here's the National Guard, whether you like it or not. You're in frank rebellion against us. You have essentially seceded from the Union. And what's the governor going to do? Nothing. Sit on it and spin. That's all he can do. That's what I would more likely see. But there has to be an instigative event. And mark my words, if that happened again, if they refused to call in the National Guard to put down race riots, Trump would absolutely do that, I believe. He learned his lesson.
Mercenary X, I agree. We should pull a Lincoln with Minnesota. Buddy the Rabbit, I want a modern remake of Future Cop LAPD.
back.
Let's
Short controlled bursts.
that. Giovanni again. What's the difference between Chris Nolan and Wes Anderson? Answer. Anderson knows he's a niche filmmaker.
And nobody hypes up Wes Anderson as God's gift to cinema. Woo! Whoa!
The music is very funky in this club.
We're in a nightclub. Odd, we're in a nightclub in downtown Orlando.
Why aren't they playing mumble rap?
I don't know. There we go.
Let me refresh the Streamlabs to see if we are at the end. Pardon me. Huh. Gator! Thank you for the pod. I get ready for bed and Razor Fist is streaming this gem. I wake up and Razor Fist is still streaming. I love only getting 5 hours of sleep.
What the hell, dude? What's wrong with you? You're supposed to get more sleep than that. I mean, I don't. Sleep is for fat people, but still, you could if you wanted to.
Sleep? What's that?
It's the thing you do when you're dead, Tara.
Ah.
Can I get over here? Yes, I can. All right. Ah, there we go. I shot his hand and it worked. It's kind of sad. It's a sad indictment of modern gaming that that's actually sort of a special order. Yes!
5 hours is fine. No, no, it's not. Who is it? Steve Ditko, who only sleeps 2 hours a night?
No. No. That's Jim Steranko.
Jim Steranko.
And he sleeps like 3, maybe 4 hours a night. Runs up and down a mountain every day. Grows his own food. Lives off the grid. He's like the most based comic artist ever. Created Nick Fury. He's the reason we know about the Shadow being plagiarized by Batman. He brought Walter Gibson out of Carbon Freeze and put him on the comic book circuit so he could make a living in his old age. Steranko is the man. And oh, hey, by the way, one of the greatest artists that ever lived. Can I shoot him in the hand? Yeah! Oh, no! Damn it. Thomas Crooks moment. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Miss me, you manlet fag.
Primark, speaking of rebellion in Minnesota, many of the rural counties are flying the old state flag, even in government buildings, as everyone hates the Twin Cities here. I believe it. Those poor people out in the out there and the farms and the small towns.
Yeah, who are still paying taxes, but they're getting no representation.
Zero.
What do we fight the Revolutionary War over again, Taryn?
Yeah.
What was that over? It was stamps, right?
It's
stamps.
Some thing happened to some people over there.
Yeah, something happened. Something about a breakfast beverage. should I do the catacombs? Should I do the... I'm going to do the museum.
Do you
I'm
have
almost there. I only need 3 more ciphers.
Wow,
so that'll be
really?
2. That'll be 2 more... There'll be 1 more mission after this one. These guys are freaking unkillable! Wait, what? Oh! I'm stupid. I'm not supposed to blow my cover. I went ahead and did a mass shooting instead. That's cool. All right. Whoops! All right. Hi, guys. I'm just going to walk in and not do a mass shooting, okay? Cool. Good talk.
The Victorian coffee riot.
Take a picture of the organizational page. Disrupt communication. Retrieve stolen art pieces. Interest. Service access. Ah. The hack tool. The only hack tool that isn't currently hosting a podcast. All right.
You've been fed. You have had food.
Hi there. Keep up the good work. Oh, shush, Cicero. Taryn, put the shock collar on him. Go ahead. No.
He's jumping now.
Yeah, he is. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi. Your breath smells. Yeah, your breath smells. Listen to him. What? I hope you can hear that.
But what about second dinner?
But what about second supper? What about 11's? Luncheon? Afternoon tea? He got fed right before the stream. Right before the stream.
Green Raptor, not one American acre ceded to the commies. Ever. A gun behind every blade of grass.
I have cornrows?
Listen to him.
I know. He's such a beggar. A beggar.
What? What?
Ah, there we go. There's the service access. Wait, it's over here. There it is.
Primark. Again, out of 87 counties, 78 voted Republican in Minnesota.
And again, that doesn't necessarily mean the Republican wins. If enough populous counties get together, that should cancel out smaller counties and whatever, but that's the point of the Electoral College system. You do a portion based on population and you level things out a little bit. So everyone gets represented, but one part of the state doesn't just run away with all the representation and tax the other portion of the state, especially when you are talking about farmland and factory land. Factories and farms tend to be outside of cities, and this is where all the production takes place. So these guys get inordinately taxed to subsidize all the internal improvements of the mercantilist economic system that we absolutely do not have. Okay. How am... What? You what, mate? Oi!
Mercenary X, you're not doing a mass shooting. What are you thinking? This is not the Pulse nightclub, like the last level. For shame, Razor. Very much for shame.
Shameful display. Ow! Getting shot from behind. Can we not die, please? I prefer not to die. Please.
Greasy caveman. Smokey the Bear says, only you can prevent communism.
Prevent what?
Communism.
Ah, yeah.
Havoc, when did this service economy crap even start?
Whoa. Crap. Define exactly what you mean by service economy. All right. Accomplishing the other objectives ain't so rough. It is getting those art pieces. Can I do that beforehand without getting caught, I wonder? Let's try it. While no one's looking. If they're ever not looking. Nah, doesn't look like it. Okay. It was worth a shot.
Mr. Phaedrus, we talking about Illinois? Love that Chicago holds us hostage.
This is what I'm talking about. One city should not run the whole state.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean 9 counties that have 1 electoral vote get to run the state either. But if the math balances out where, hey, a bunch of medium-sized counties, these are all taxpayers, and some of them produce to an inordinate degree because you're talking about a lot of farmland, you're talking about a lot of factory land. Sometimes you're talking about, like, ports. These are important to the economy, and their electoral will has been overridden in a lot of these blue states. This is literally the entire reason we fought the American Revolution, taxation without representation. Okay. Service access. Where's my hey, random couch body armor. I forgot about you. My favorite kind of body armor. The kind I'm wearing. Quick, find me the service access. I need service. Chop. Hakaturu. Taryn?
Yes?
What's your favorite kind of pastry? Pastry. Taryn? What you thinking?
Yeah.
Pastry.
I like...
If you say scone, I'm gonna throw you right out the window.
Scone.
I like a scone.
I love a scone.
Yeah.
Right now. No,
Karen prefers a pasty, actually.
Do cinnamon rolls count as pastry?
I'll never forget my mom reading me the Redwall books when I was a little kid. And she's sitting there reading, and of course, if you've ever read any of the Redwall books, Brian Jakes loves to just go on to this into dizzying detail describing the feasts. Big reason for that is he envisioned the series initially as he was reading to a school for the blind, kids at a blind school. So he was describing the food vividly because they didn't have a visual sense, but they had a sense of taste. So describing the taste and the texture and whatever was really important for him. And so he talks about scones a lot and gooseberry scones and this, oh, strawberry cordial and this thing and that thing and honeyed whatever. And instead of saying pastries, he calls them pasties. My mom's reading and she's like, and then they ate pasties. She's like, what? They had nipple covers? What are they talking?
I mean, everybody loves a nicely buttered croissant.
Yeah. Like, son, I don't think that's what pasties means.
And of course, what Italian can't resist a good cannoli?
Oh, yes. Okay. All right. The conference room is soundproof. No need for discretion.
Havoc expanded in chat, but it's about not producing goods.
Ah, yes. So, like, service economy, like DoorDash instead of actually producing televisions and actually producing... Yes, I know what you're talking about. When did it start? Shoot. I would say predominantly it was in the late 1990s when we started, when instead of performing a kill shot on communist China, we performed mouth-to-mouth and resuscitated the country. Communism was teetering, it was about to fall, and we decided that we weren't going to be a factory anymore, we were just going to outsource our factory to China. So China became the factory of the entire world. It's basically what happened. And that was fine in the short term because we still had industries that were, peerless. Like, I don't think anybody ever envisioned that Hollywood was ever going to enter the tailspin that it's in today. But of course, that was short-sighted and stupid, which explains why it happened under a Democrat administration. Now Hollywood is in free fall, and China is producing its own alternative to Hollywood. And if you think that's going to go away, you're kidding yourself. It's only going to become more viable over time. China used our own short-sightedness and stupidity against us. And our punishment, their punishment rather, was Al Gore selling our nuclear secrets to them.
Common J,
That'll show ya!
There's a Redwall-inspired game called Hawthorne coming out.
Oh, cool. If you haven't played a Ghost of a Tale, by the way, you got to.
Fantastic game.
Amazing. One guy made that game. Blows my mind. I came from upstairs, so... Was there not an art piece over there? Was. Leave. Bitches, leave. Crap. I'm gonna destroy the art piece. You can't hit me if I'm AD spamming. Those are the rules. Hey, more body armor. Excellent. Okay, we have 2 of 5. Sticks hanging out. Welcome to the penis stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Buddy the Rabbit, well, well, well. The consequences of our action.
I do like how realistic that is. Nobody's really got any sexy weapons in here because they only have handguns. It makes sense in a museum. Although there are an awful lot of armed guards in this museum. Meanwhile, you look in real life, watch videos of freaking climate activists just walking up and rubbing their asses on priceless works of Renaissance art.
Why is there just a giant pyramid in the middle of the room?
Why doesn't your room have a giant pyramid in the middle of it?
You win this round.
Sounds to me like you're pyramidless.
Say what you want about Resident Evil 4, but the aesthetics in the castle were very cool.
Yeah.
It had the fucking upside down
I love that area
statues.
of the game.
Yeah.
I love... Oh, my God. Okay. I killed the black guy. Black shirt guy. All right. Woo! Ay, ay, ay. No. No, 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 no.
What happened to the super chat notifications? Nobody's donated. What do you mean? They don't come up for $2.
Spirit. Ooh! Somebody had a Magnum. Somebody had a Magnum. Where are these priceless works of art so I can steal them?
Hey, at least he did a cool roll before he died.
Yes. I mean, if you had to die, wouldn't you rather? This really does change the composition of this level when you have to steal these priceless works of art back instead of just ignoring them. Oh, I almost killed innocent people.
Why hasn't
Would you like to read my trans manifesto?
Why hasn't this place been evacuated yet? There's been fucking gunshots going on the entire time.
Now let's not be hasty. It's downstairs. The last one's downstairs. How do I get downstairs? Ah! The stairs! That's how.
Brilliant!
Go figure! Unconventional approach. Now, I'm riddling this place with bullets, which, according to modern Amazon logic, makes me the Riddler. Did you hear about that stupid shit, dude?
No, what?
Does someone in the chat want to tell him?
Is this like Die Hard Man, or...
In case you thought Batman Caped Crusader couldn't get any more fucking retarded, the Riddler in that show is named the Riddler because he shoots people with a Tommy gun. He doesn't tell riddles. He riddles people with bullets.
I know, guys, I know. So that for Cape Crusader?
Yes.
Oh my god. God, who the fuck writes that show? Why do they still get work?
You're assuming they will.
Did you get all the works of art?
I did. I'm going upstairs now to confront the organization leader, Bill Gates.
Unfortunately, you will have to confront him some other time.
What? I have a couple of minutes.
Okay,
Have
I'm
a
watching
couple
the
of
clock. Hurry up.
I will, yes. I will, real quick, I'll rush up the stairs at slow walking 90s FPS speed.
Where's the sprint button?
There it nice try. There we go.
Is it next to the crouch?
Nice! There we go, guys. And we almost have enough ciphers to unlock Act 4. Okay, ladies and gents, I thought we were going to play another game in addition to this. I didn't realize it was going to take so long, but they do require backtracking to unlock levels and all that BS. But it was still a lot of fun. Folks, Agent 64 Spies Never Die, unlike Daniel Craig's James Bond. For Terengel and Cicero, who is immediately going to be fed, I am Razor Fist Godspeed!